Literature in Bochum, Germany, with research stays at Yale University and Johns Hopkins University. And he received his PhD in 2020 in Bochum, with a dissertation focused on the philosophy of Salomon Maimon. And the dissertation was later published as the Philosophie Salomon Maimons zwischen Spinoza und Kant, that was published by Felix Meiner in 2021. He currently serves as a lecturer at the University in Bochum in Hagen, where he specializes in the history and philosophy of the 17th and 18th century in epistemology, metaphysics, ethics, and the philosophy of religion. His talk has the title, The Potential Relevance of a Kantian Perspective for the Political Upheavals in Wars of the 23rd Century. And I believe that you received handout as well. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And at first I would like to thank the organizing committee for the kind invitation to this conference and for the opportunity to speak here today. My talk will consist of 6 short parts, or rather steps of argumentation, in order to develop my perspective. You can find them on the handout as well. I will start with Francis Fukuyama's thesis of the end of history. I consider this to be a clear misconception of history we seriously have to deal with. In the second and third steps, I am going to contrast Fukuyama's assumption with a short view on the wars of the 21st century, especially regarding the aspect of hybrid warfare. This will lead to step 4, the need for a different approach to history considering war, peace and stability. In steps 5 and 6, I will suggest that Kant's theory of perpetual peace offers such a potential alternative. First, the view of peace as a continuous, sustained process may counter the assumption of a supposed end of history. And second, Kant's conception of the cosmopolitan right in the so-called Definitiv-article can demonstrate how genuine historical progress towards the achievement of peace may eventually be possible. I will keep my presentation short and will try to be as concise as possible in order to leave more time for discussion, which I consider to be very important in this context. Step 1. In an article in the National Interest magazine in 1989 and in a book from 1992, the American political scientist Francis Fukuyama suggested that the end of the Cold War may actually be understood as the end of history. This term has since become a well-known catchphrase, so to say. See reference A on the handout, quote, "What we may be witnessing is not just the end of the Cold War or the passing of a particular period of post-war history, but the end of history as such. That is, the endpoint of mankind's ideological evolution and the universalization of Western liberal democracy as the final form of human government. There are powerful reasons for believing that it is the ideal that will govern the material world in the long run." In the following parts, Fukuyama describes how a general conception of an end of history can be derived from Karl Marx and eventually Hegel's philosophies of history. Even though Fukuyama's reading of Hegel and Marx would constitute an interesting matter for a talk on its own, I will now simply focus on the assumption as such. According to Fukuyama, the so-called triumph of the West, that means the triumph of the system of liberal Western democracy, may be the final stage of human history. This also means that the ideological evolution of mankind, as Fukuyama calls it, would end. This, in turn, could provide future mankind with a view of permanent stability, prosperity, and peace. I think that stability may be the key concept at this point. Of course, the political and philosophical discussion about Fukuyama's assumption was highly controversial, and Fukuyama himself developed several additional perspectives to make this assumption sustainable. However, I would suggest that this assumption cannot be saved. It fails entirely. I would thus like to contrast Fukuyama's view from 1989 with the recent global political reality. This is step 2. The beginning of this millennium in the Western world can be understood as a deep shock. It was a generally accepted view that the assumption of the triumph of the West, as Fukuyama said, was at least somehow true. For many, September 11 in 2001 therefore seemed to come out of nowhere. But the whole extent of the mismatch of the named assumption became visible after 2010. The major political and social upheavals in the Arab world, the so-called Arab Spring, has initially been hailed as a decisive step towards the implementation of the system of liberal Western democracy in the Arab world. This was at least the view of many political observers and analysts in the Western world. Fukuyama's view concerning the expectable end of the ideological evolution of mankind, and thus the end of history, still seem to be valid in these interpretations of the Arab Spring. However, the true complexity and difficulty of this broad political development became visible in the following years by subsequent civil wars, to the point of the fragmentation of the Syrian state, for instance, and a general loss of stability in the region. Even though many protagonists in this development since 2010 indeed aimed and still aim to establish democratic and liberal structures, this certainly, as I would say, is not the only and not the prevalent aspect of the described upheavals. At this point, I would like to stress the underlying dynamics of this misinterpretation by Western observers. Since the assumption of the global historical triumph of the West was implicitly taken for granted, any major political upheavals had to be understood as movements towards this historical goal. In this sense, Fukuyama's position simply gets falsified by the recent political reality, which is characterized by the unfolding of further, more extensive wars in different regions. Now, especially in the light of recent developments, I certainly don't feel able to evaluate the current dynamics of these wars in details. I would still like to leave this open for the following discussion. However, I think it is necessary to clarify the term war at this point, which brings me to step 3. When we talk about war in our recent political reality, the term of hybrid warfare is of utmost importance. The so-called information age and the global process of digitization fundamentally shape the way in which wars are waged. If we consider the failure of Fukuyama's, or the supposed failure of Fukuyama's assumption that the ideological evolution of mankind has ended, we can grasp the recent meaning of the concept of war. The control of information, and thus the manipulation of opinions, in the digitally connected world is not some kind of secondary extension of warfare anymore. It now is a basic element of warfare in itself. So if we talk about war and peace, we always have to consider that now, simply put, social media actually is a part of the battlegrounds of recent wars, which is not meant in a metaphorical way. This brings me to step 4. In light of the described developments, it seems necessary to reassess the paradigms of the philosophy of history that led to the massive misjudgment at the end of the 20th century concerning future human history. Maybe the biggest technological accomplishment of this age, digitization in general, now serves as a means of war. It is thus necessary to pose the question of what alternative perspective might be offered regarding the expectability of general historical progress and a possible approach to the harsh reality of contemporary wars, both politically and philosophically. At this point, Kant comes into play, which already brings me to step 5. I would like to suggest that Kant's theory of perpetual peace, as developed in his book Zum ewigen Frieden, firstly offers an alternative view of history that may counterbalance Fukuyama's significant errors and thus provide us with a more sustainable perspective on the recent and future global reality. Kant assumes that the state of peace has to be established or donated actively, muss gestiftet werden. So we already discussed about this term gestiftet werden and how to translate it. It's not really sure to establish, to donate. Maybe we can discuss this later. Since the natural state of mankind is the state of war. See reference B in my translation. Quote, the state of peace among men who live next to each other is no natural state, status naturalis, which in fact is a state of war. This means even if it is not always an outbreak of hostilities, it is still a permanent threat by these hostilities. Thus, peace has to be donated, since the omission of hostilities is no guarantee for peace. The perpetual peace among nations, as Kant calls it, should not be understood as an ultimate state of history, but rather as a continuous process which has to be established and sustained by a global federation of free nations. In this sense, Kant's theory of perpetual peace is no utopia, and it does not assume a concrete attainability of a definite state of mankind's history. Moreover, Kant argues that an actual fulfillment of perpetual peace in the future cannot be predicted. It is nonetheless necessary to work towards this end. See reference C, I won't quote this in detail. Therefore, we can also understand peace as a process of constant approximation towards global stability. At this point, I would like to advance the view that Kant's conception of perpetual peace easily outperforms Fukuyama's assumption of an end of history. As a means to understand the complex dynamics of mankind's history especially concerning the aspects of war, peace, and the transition from one to the other, Kant's position mirrors the historical reality in a largely adequate way, while the failure of Fukuyama's position can easily be demonstrated by the actual historical events of the last decades. However, we still have to consider the positive potential of Kant's theory. This finally brings me to step 6. Since it is unclear whether the state of perpetual peace can actually be reached, according to Kant's conception, we still have to ask if genuine historical process towards resolving wars and attaining peace is possible. In my view, it is primarily the theory of the cosmopolitan right, Weltbürgerrecht, that can be cited in this context. This concept is explained in the third definitive article in the book on perpetual peace, and basically means that every human being has the right not to be treated in a hostile way anywhere on earth. See reference D, quote, "It is the stranger's right not to be treated with hostility because of his arrival on the soil of someone else." This is part of the quote. In this sense, the idea of the cosmopolitan right, and thus the ability to regard each and every human as a Weltbürger, a cosmopolitan, is a necessary precondition for mankind's ability to move towards perpetual peace. See reference E, quote, "The idea of a cosmopolitan right is not a fantastical or exaggerated conception of law, but rather a necessary complement to the unwritten code of both state and international law towards a public human right, and thus to perpetual peace, to which one may flatter oneself to be continuously approaching only under this condition. The constant approximation towards a perpetual state of peace and of global stability depends on the realization of the cosmopolitan right, which in turn offers the perspective towards the realization of a general public human right. In this sense, genuine historical process in human history concerning the aspect of war and peace is indeed possible, but only under the precondition of a cosmopolitan and eventually of a generally valid human right. This already brings me to my conclusion. On the one hand, Kant's theory of perpetual peace provides us with an understanding of human history that clearly beats Fukuyama's theory of an end of history. On the other hand, Kant's conception of cosmopolitan and of human rights can counter any outright rejection of the possibility of genuine historical process. In this sense, I would like to assert Kant's position as a valid standpoint in contemporary political discourse. I am very much looking forward to discussing this matter and would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Elon, for your presentation that opens a lot of different venues to continue. And I would now ask the public if there are any questions. There are. Or comments.
Thank you for this great talk. So I have two questions. The first one concerns Fukuyama's statement. So you said, well, Fukuyama proclaimed the end of history, but this end of history is falsified by the empirical fact that there is extensive pervasion of wars nowadays. That's one way to go with it, but maybe what would be more interesting, or what would I like to hear from you, is how would you falsify this Fukuyama statements conceptually, namely in the sense, just to bring Hegel here, so Fukuyama would say, so what, so much worse for the facts, if the facts didn't unfold the way I anticipated. So I think we need to offer a stronger argument here. And maybe one way to go with it, I'm just interested in what you have to say, is that why this why this claim was problematic, this conceptual statement of his, is that he basically offers on a misapprehension on Hegel's idea of history, the idea that history is a form of teleology, unfolding throughout stages, you know, where each and every historical stage is somehow development of the previous one, and that this process reached its final end and its final form, and that's Western liberal democracies. So here's, you know, where the means and ends collided together. So I think this is the problem. Yeah, this is like the first question with a small comment. And then a second question would be, you emphasize that it is important to understand war nowadays in a wider context, as we did that before, namely that it includes technology, or that technology is mobilized as a legitimate warfare. And now my question would be, how would this very fact, and you emphasize this, how will this fact influence the idea of history, or developing the notion of history and historical progress? Does this element make any change here, or what do you think about this? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot. Those are very, very good questions. And we really have to consider these aspects, that's for sure. To the first question, how to falsify Fukuyama's position conceptually, especially with view on Hegel. Yeah, I think it is true we probably need a stronger argument in order to falsify it completely, not only in an empirical sense, because as you said, Fukuyama could still say this doesn't affect my argument on a conceptual level. I think one of the central problems of Fukuyama's argumentation in this context is the notion of ideological evolution. You know, and since he argues that the recent state in 1990, so to say, should be the end point of this ideological evolution. This, at the same time, would mean that history necessarily ends by the triumph of Western democracy. So maybe this still is not strong enough as an argument, but I would say that even on this conceptual level, his position gets falsified by empirical reality when we consider that the assumption of an endpoint of the ideological evolution of mankind simply didn't occur. It goes on in a much more fierce way, so to say, fighting. So I would say that could be a possibility to falsify his position, but that may still be a point of discussion. You are true about that. That's true. To the second question, war and technology, and how this may influence the notion of history. That is also a very good aspect, and I have to admit I didn't think that through completely, because I think even the course of future human history now basically depends on the development of technology and digitalization, and in this sense I would say I don't know, I think it's really hard or maybe impossible to predict, but of course future human history will also be a history of digital structures, because this is now the way that political progress or political developments actually happen. We can observe it in everyday life now, concerning the elections 2 days ago. the failure of the German government recently, also 2 days ago, I think. And yeah, so to sum this up, I don't feel able to predict in which way this may, in detail, influence this world. But it definitely
as a part of the idea of history or what historical progress is. That may be too complicated of a question, and we could talk later about it.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks a lot for the questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your very passionate talk. So I have 2 main objections. The first one is a systematical one what concerns the construction of your talk. So you start by putting in discussion Fukuyama's thesis about the end of history, and I totally agree with you. But what you propose at the end is just not very far away from the idea of triumph of Western, because if so, our hope is to be put in the expansion of human rights, which are anyway Western idea. I do not see. So I think that you are missing the very potential of Kant's cosmopolitan right, which is, on the contrary, the fully acknowledgement of non-state peoples, or peoples which do not have also property rights, which the fully so. And yeah, I come also to a textual objection. I'm really not sure that when Kant speaks of in the last passages of the third definitive chapter that you mentioned in your reference E, when he say öffentliche Menschenrecht, das ist Singular, ich meine, es ist nicht Plural, zum öffentlichen Menschenrecht. Und if I understand this expression not as human rights, but as the concept of right fully developed in his 3 layers, public right as, and this is so what Kant means as the way all possible mass interactions within a state, within peoples, and also within non-state peoples and peoples can be regulated by the concept of law, which is something very different from human rights. So this is the broad basics that I contested yesterday. I'm doing it again. So sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. Those are, I think, very, very good and valid objections. I will have to reconsider this as well. First, yeah, in a way, the ongoing establishment of human rights could as well be understood as a triumph of the West in a different sense than in Fukuyama's understanding, which of course stands in a completely different historical context. So in a way, it's basically difficult, of course, to link or to contrast their 2 positions. I tried it anyway. However, I think the way of understanding the process of human history is still a very different one. And in this aspect, I would opt for Kant's understanding, in the sense that it still remains, even if, of course, we should consider that human rights is also stands in this context is based on a Western understanding. However, understanding history as something that has a telos in this sense developed by Fukuyama, and understanding achieving peace as a constant ongoing process. I think this is the true conceptual difference I wanted to stress at this point. Maybe that doesn't quite satisfy your objections, but yeah.
About this process, about your interpretation of Cosmopolitan, like in Kant.
Yeah, and concerning the second aspect, I think with view or concerning this reference from the definitive article, there are some details concerning right that I didn't really grasp at this point, and this should also be reconsidered, I think. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you for your interesting talk. So, I was wondering, this genuine progress, so whether that's just a regulative idea and then we can measure what's happening in the world, so whether that's like developing closer to this genuine progress or not, or whether it's something that we can bring about. And then if that is something that we can bring about, I think the problem is, so that, for example, Rawls then in a Kantian spirit developed something like a realist utopia, so some guidelines for US foreign politics. And so what I think then, when you approach this topic in terms of stability, then the idea that we should bring about this progress might be problematic, because some people might say, so in terms of stability, post-World War II, UN Charter, guaranteeing national sovereignty and territorial integrity was the best that we could get. So under the circumstances that then the West is not the only actor in the world. And then from a more realist standpoint, that was like something everybody could agree to, and that might be then more stabilizing than one part of this order trying to reach progress via, and that's what happened, destabilizing this order through all this what was called humanitarian intervention for the sake of individual human rights. So how do you comment on this?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think the problem of humanitarian intervention is still a topic on its own. Yeah, I would suggest that in the end, of course, historical progress should be understood as something we bring about. And in this sense, yeah, stability remains an important aspect. I'm still not sure in which way I should integrate the aspect of the UN Charter in this context. So could you maybe repeat what would be the important aspect?
So there's a UN Charter,
yeah,
guarantees territorial integrity,
yeah,
and political sovereignty. That, of course, means that you have to look at some states,
yeah,
who are protected by the UN Charter, although they might violate human rights.
okay,
yeah.
yeah. So humanitarian intervention in this sense would be illegitimate.
Yes.
To pursue, yeah. Yeah, I think this is definitely a very important aspect, and still, yeah, I'm really not sure about how to define the notion of historical progress concerning this aspect. Yeah, I would have to reconsider this as well. Yeah. Thanks for the remark. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Daniel. It was really interesting. I think you laid before us many important things. I would like to do something really stupid and defend Fukuyama slightly. I think you know, we mostly take Fukuyama to be this liberal Hegelian, focusing on the first part of the title of the book, The End of History, and we forget the second part, The Last Man, and the strong Nietzschean theoretization of his point. So I think another way of seeing his idea in that book is to say, and he's quite explicit about it, we are at a crossroads. We could go either way. In fact, for there to be something like the end of history in that positive sense that is describing, Western civilization, which brings that to the world, would have to invent a way to affirm those values in a way that would make it imitable. Something other people want, not by force, not by humanitarian intervention, but really want to say, this is great, this is good, we want this too. This is how he frames the idea. And the alternative is obviously something much closer to Nietzsche's vision of the last man. So it's in some ways, if you read it more charitably, 20 years ago,
That's true.
more than that,
Yeah.
this is like a last wager. If we somehow manage to do something that Nietzsche would certainly think is impossible, to affirm in a strong way those somewhat feeble values, right, of international cooperation and civil society, then maybe we can create something like a world order that is based in peace. And then I would agree with the other commentators that he's not, if that's the way you presented your project, he's not your enemy. I think you're trying to do something quite similar by turning once again to Kant and saying there's a better Kant for us to adopt or something like that. So that's my suggestion.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That's also a very valid, interesting view, especially the Nietzschean interpretation of the last man of this second part of the book. So of course, also if we consider this first quote from the original article, which was published 3 years before the book, it begins with what we may be witnessing. So it's not a definite statement of what actually happens or happened, but what may happen, what we may be witnessing. So in this case, that would be a more charitable reading of Fukuyama. As I said, the contrast of this very notion of the end of history, which of course has got different layers or even Nietzschean implications in the end. But on the other hand, peace as process. I think, in the nucleus, there are two different approaches, which in the end may not be as different as I have suggested. I think this is also a very interesting aspect to further dive into, especially, as I said, the Nietzschean aspect. Yeah, thanks a lot for the remark.
Let me thank you for your thought-provoking talk. I have two questions, maybe worries. One of them is how do you think in the end, maybe you need to flesh that out in a bit more detail. How do you think that the Kantian view of history helps make sense of this very destabilized situation that you described? Because we might all like Kant's notion of history, but it doesn't seem that this continual approachment to a cosmopolitan whole is actually taking place. Yeah. There are lots of reasons to believe that we're heading towards perpetual war, not perpetual peace. And also, that would be a very specific point that I'll make, but it's kind of illustrating. You refer to digitization and hybrid warfare. And you said
and what?
Hybrid warfare and digitization, and you said, well, digital technologies are no longer a side to the war, they're into it. And we know that the Israeli army has very much efficiently digitized their war machine, not by social media and so on and so forth. And they're very efficient in what they're doing. So how would you comment on that, linking back to the notion of cosmopolitan whole, approaching perpetual peace, and so on and so forth?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Especially with view on your talk about war, about the notion of war yesterday. It may be recently, it may be rather true that we are heading towards perpetual war and perpetual peace. However, in general, the question, how could Kant's position help? I would say in the general assumption that progress has to be established by further historical developments. So, and it may be difficult how to, in the end, to effectively link this with, for example, Weltbürgerrecht, cosmopolitan right, or human right. However, yeah, as I said, the basic assumption of perpetualizing this process may help in that way, or in this sense. To the second question, this is also a very, very good and interesting aspect, and I think we have to distinguish between two aspects. So you spoke about the digitization of warfare as such by the IDF, by the Israeli army or the Israeli defense forces. I think you also think about aspects like cyber warfare, for example, against the Iranian nuclear program. I think this is one side of this, or one aspect of this technological development. The other aspect is, the war or warfare concerning information. Which, as I said, in this sense, especially happens on social media. Social media is now one part of battleground of the battleground of recent wars, especially observable in the Ukraine or in the war of Russia against Ukraine. I think that manipulating opinions by spreading information, false information, is the central aspect of warfare in this sense. So I would say we clearly have to distinguish between digitalizing weapons in a classical sense, and weaponizing information as a means of warfare. I think this is the important difference at this point. Yeah.
Any more questions? Okay, may I add another one?
Yeah.
Just to wrap it up. You started with Fukuyama and somehow described the huge change that happened afterwards, the qualitative change in the world situation that started with use of digital means, intensification, innovations in the nature of warfare. Well, I see it slightly different, because I don't think that the big qualitative change happened in that direction. We see wars today, especially in Ukraine. This is, I would say, classical two-army wars that is very, very much in tradition of everything that we saw in 20th century. What is new is, in my view, not, you said weaponization of information. That was also a classical factor of any war in history, starting from probably Greek Peloponnesian wars and so on. Where I see the difference is basically that we in the 19th believed to live in a world where the basic things are settled, and that we are those who determine it. I think that this is the situation that could, let's say, be valid for the last decade of 20th century. And now what we are witnessing is what is called the end of monopolar and opening of a multipolar world. I see this to be the basic change, which is basically obvious and has to do not only with the appearance of China. China is here an important factor, but the decline of the West, which is political, moral, and in the last instance, economic. If we see the percentage of BDP in the Western country, it's quite obvious that something is going on. So, yes, there is a qualitative change, I would say, but far from there where you see it. That would be my comment. And the other, well, why it happened? I think that we talked about there was a window of opportunity where there was a possibility to innovate, to construct. We were at the crossroads. There was a window of opportunity to construct some kind of, let's say, just rule-based world order. And if we ask ourselves why it collapsed, I think that it was us, the West, that brought it down. And perhaps what we are witnessing now, because you see, let's say, International Criminal Code, that's something that was used basically against African states. But now, when Israel was brought to justice or indicted, then some major Western countries started to doubt the legitimacy of international court. So we are those that are bringing that order down. And for instance, in the nature of warfare, I would say that an important thing was drone warfare. We have drones buzzing above the heads in, let's say, Pakistan, before in Yemen, basically everywhere around the world, where it is difficult to say whether this is peace or war. It is a war state when everyone could get accidentally or not by chance killed, although there is no declared war. So perhaps, maybe perhaps, there is still a chance that, you know, Fukuyama would prove right in a different sense, only not from the West, but from the multipolar world.
Yeah, thanks a lot for those remarks as well. I appreciate this. That would lead us to further discussions. I think we are running out of time, but thanks a lot. Just one point, information as a weapon, yes, of course, it has always been used as a weapon since at least the Greek antique age or even further back. Anyway, I think we have to consider this aspect because the way in which information is weaponized is a fundamentally different way now due to the development of digitalization. And I think that in this sense, war of information is now much more a part of warfare in itself. And not, as I said, not a secondary extension to warfare. It now is actual warfare. And this, I think this is a qualitative difference to the way in which information was weaponized, for example, also, of course, in World War II or other former wars. Yeah, anyway, thanks for the remarks. And yeah, I think we are running out of time, but I would really like to discuss, further discuss the aspect of the monopolar world and the decline of the West. But I think I won't be able to react that in an adequate way in the remaining time. So, because we are, yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Even more flexible. No.
sit. Next to the microphone. Or should I stand? I would prefer to sit.
You would prefer?
I don't prefer.
For now, you are still allowed.
Okay, good.
When the new era comes, then.
Okay. If the police arrive, let me know so I can stand up.
This way, he will present you.
Yes.
So beautiful. This could be, I mean, a very creative way for using Kant in order to continue cases.
Sì, tu che tu sei bravo. Yes.
start? So, once again, good morning. No? Okay. I thought it was a sovereign decision. Okay. So you tell me?
Yes, I will give you a sign in a minute.
No sovereign. No. Of course. All right. So good morning once again. My name is Yuval Kremitzer. I will be presenting and therefore presented tomorrow morning. And for today, it is my great pleasure and honor to first present and then moderate a discussion with Attay Kremer. Attay Kremer is a PhD candidate at Tel Aviv University and a Fox Fellow at Yale University's Macmillan Center. His research concerns classical German philosophy and the philosophy of technology. He has published on a variety of issues, including in physics and philosophy. And the title of his lecture today is Should We Say That War is Necessary?
Thank you, both for having me and for introducing me. I should say that my title is a bit of a ruse, because it's a question presumably not to be answered, but I will sort of answer it. And I took this question specifically, or I picked this as a title because, while much has been said about whether or not war is necessary, especially in the context of Kant and Hegel, it is definitely beyond my own capacities to either imagine a world without war or to assert decisively that there can be no such world. And so what is left for me is a question or a reflection about the difference between these options of either imagining or asserting otherwise. The question that remains for me is whether we should exert efforts in either of these directions. In the context of thinking, an assertion is both fortunately and unfortunately mostly a declaration of purpose and the designation of ongoing efforts. If we say war is necessary, we say that one should labor in the service of the fact of war to make sense of the world along these lines. And on the other hand, to say that war is not necessary signifies the same, namely an effort to show that war is not necessary. As I take it, the question to ask, within the limitedness of my own faculties, I guess, is a normative or a moral one. Namely, where should the labors of our world-making rest? Should we say that war is necessary? Such a question presents some impossibilities of its own. Namely, one can hardly speak of ethical and practical concerns without immediately theorizing them. So my plan now is to deal entirely with theoretical concerns in the hope of fleshing out in a roundabout or oblique way the, I guess, practical implications of these two choices. My strategy, if I borrow a term from the semantic field of the topic, will be to look into this debate between Kant and Hegel, all the differences and similarities between them, between Kant, who says that we should not say that war is necessary, and Hegel, who says that we should, in order to find the crucial theoretical aspects of this decision, of saying either this or its negation. Namely, what I will try and show is that this discussion of the war specifically exhibits a strange kind of intermixed modality, namely between necessity and contingency, and that this intermixed modality has crucially to do with mediating between nature and history, human history. Okay, so, well, I guess maybe I should say this like this. The key point would be, I would try to argue for, is that saying that war is necessary or saying that war is not necessary is essentially saying something about the natural fate of human history, and this will be the more practical weight of the question. So to start with Kant, if we take up the question of human history in Kant, much like if we take questions regarding anthropology in Kant, we should be aware of the fact that this is for Kant the crowning achievement of critical philosophy. And so in a significant way presupposes the development of the critical system. So this is not an extra systematic consideration, but rather a post-systematic consideration. So in order to approach this question in its all its metaphysical glory, I will try and go through the systematic aspects of it. So let me justify this with a quote before I get immediately into it. This is a good indication of the systematic aspect. So in the first supplement, Kant writes, "Perpetual peace is guaranteed by no less an authority than the great artist nature herself. The mechanical process of nature exhibits the purposive plan of producing concord among men, even against their will, and indeed by means of their very discord." Now, the key terms that you should pop the third critique into mind here, of course, the mechanical process to be that should yield a purposiveness of nature. The artistry of nature is a crucial theme of the third critique, which is there exposed particularly through the notion of a technique of nature, namely a technique by which nature takes up empirical forms and fit them into a crucially undetermined system of nature. So in accounting for the justification of perpetual peace, which is, of course, what any reasonable skeptical reader would demand of such a title, yes, perpetual peace, something has to justify this, then we would have to go into specifically these details. So technique of nature would be the metaphysical ground for a belief in perpetual peace, or saying that war is not necessary. So about the critique, famously, right, the critique aims to reconstitute or bridge a tension between the conditional and the unconditioned, or the realm in which the will posits purposes and the realm in which determinate sensate objects of experiences are subject to mechanical causality. In very simplified form, we can think of this along the is-ought distinction. What we think about nature is a determination of a state of affairs, while what freedom or the positing of purposes brings in is what ought to be. And the mediation of this tension is crucial for the ultimate purposes of human history, namely perpetual peace. Okay, so this gulf is specifically crucial for us if we consider the topics within the human sciences, and history in this respect, or again, the ultimate goal of history would be a key point of the historical sciences, the human sciences, is that left split, we would have a split subject in a very radical way, and so something of an incomplete human being. And the question of the development of human history would be the completion of the human being on this view. Yes, okay. So what Kant needs to find in order to develop a good idea of how this completion of the human being can arise is common ground between the moral aspects, or the free aspects, and the natural ones. And for him, both of these rely on distinctly determinate judgments. Both in the natural aspect, where we would determine the state of affairs, and in the moral considerations of reason, we determine things. We either determine what needs to be done, or we determine how things are. However, determinations, as Kant shows most explicitly in the first critique, in the first introduction to the third critique, presuppose a mode of reflection. This is easy to illustrate with an example of colors. So the point is that a concept presupposes a reflection which is not determinate. So if I think of something like, if I want to say that something is green, then in saying that it is green, I'm also at the same time committed to saying that it is not red, right? That these would be colors that can't mix. But this fact about red and green are not determinate facts of the concepts, but rather reflective comparisons between these concepts. And this mode of reflection that makes concepts into a system and therefore usable in determinate judgments of either the free or the natural sort is a principle of judgment that allows us to make out of these concepts a system. And these interrelations would be the systematic aspect. Now, on Kant's view, the transcendental principle of reflective judgment is purposiveness. This is to say that our concepts, need to be organized in such a way that they form a whole, right? And that would be to say that they have some directedness towards one another, or an overarching determinate, or the directedness together. As it were, that they are not merely aggregates. Kant writes in the first introduction, absolute purposiveness of natural forms, such as an external shape as well as inner structure, they are so constituted that their possibility must be grounded in an idea of them in our power of judgment in its reflective mode. So to summarize the third critique very bluntly in half a paragraph, our understanding of nature, and importantly our understanding of human nature, must be something that belongs to a system of nature, namely a hierarchy of genii and species, and must itself be predicated on certain normative principles. Such normative principles ground our capacity to make any sense of natural phenomena as a logical system, which is the purpose of all science. The systematic principles at work in nature, what brings out its fitness for our cognitive capacities as a purposive whole, is the technique of nature. And in the first introduction, he insists repeatedly that that under the reflective mode of judgment, nature is understood to work artistically rather than mechanically, going back to the quote I started with. Thus, for Kant, there is an important sense in which we can only understand nature to the extent that we can take it to constitute a systematic whole. But such specifically a whole which is directed towards something or has the quality of being able to direct. Specifically, the thing to which we are directed, the Endzweck of nature, is the capacity of the capacity of the end-positing being to posit ends. Now, this means that in order for us, as human beings, to understand nature as a system, we are bound to understand nature as directed towards our own goals. We are required by the power of judgment to think of the world as working in service of our own purposes, or our own ability to posit purposes. And this is exactly where the eradication of war comes in. So the regulative ideal of a perpetual peace, or the peace process, would be a general notion of how nature can allow us to posit our own purposes, to do away with internal inhibitions of the human being. So war would be the way in which we stop ourselves from fulfilling our own goals, or get in the way of our own end positing. Okay, so for Kant, taking the human race to be an ultimate purpose cannot but attend specifically to what is unique about the human race, namely the very thing that allows it that systematic conception in the first place, to posit purposes. And so the purposiveness of nature, and what is the same, the possibility of its systematic conceptualization, this is a quote from Henry Allison, manifested primarily in what nature does to prompt the human race to develop republican forms of government, which make possible the rule of law within states and international confederations, which help to preserve the peace between states. In other words, the systematic character of nature demanded by the transcendental principle of reflective judgment justifies the movement of human history towards the eradication of war. Yes, so to the extent that we can have any science, and specifically a science of the human being, we are required for Kant to believe that war is somehow eradicable, that there is an aspect of nature that can be overcome or that is inherently self-overcoming. In this sense, we can say that Kant's conception of human history is intrinsically natural, or that all history is natural history. The principles that govern human history are natural principles, and to the extent that they are reflective principles that guide reflective judgment. Regulative principles that guide reflective judgment, sorry. Specifically, war, we may fill in, is what is both internal to the human race, but still stands opposed to its purpose, and what makes it unique. Now, I would like to insist on war being part of human nature for Kant, and generally, so in the quote from the Perpetual Peace, he does write, by means of the very discord of men, and this is important, that war is not something external to human nature and that needs to be eradicated by the human being in order to allow the fulfillment of purposes, but rather it is an internal inhibition. It's something that manifests the split subject, the split human subject. Okay. So Kant's vision in this sense, or at least as I've presented it, is obviously a very Enlightenment vision, but in a sense also quite optimistic. He reads in a certain necessity into overcoming war. Now, this necessity is, of course, somewhat softened in a way But he does end up with something like war is what necessarily is not, at least at a certain point in time. Or that it is necessary that it will at some point not be. And of course, we, especially now, should have some post-Enlightenment historical pessimism about this point. So the return of war in full force is no longer this, let's say, just incentive to maintain a peace process or a state of peace, but is again an active force in forming society in new ways. Okay, so maybe I should, to sum it up somewhat, for Kant, what brings together nature and freedom is a notion of human history, and a human history that is precisely directed towards the eradication of certain natural aspects of the human being so as to allow a free positing of ends. In Hegel, we find a different story, which does run along similar lines. So the point of nature is a little more obscure there. It doesn't discuss the importance of nature in war explicitly. But I'll start with war and we'll get to the natural aspects. But crucially for Hegel, what we find in war does have this unique modality. So if in Kant it is something that is necessarily not, in Hegel we find something like a necessary contingency. Just a second, I'm wondering where I should begin reading from again. So Hegel's at times suspicious attraction to combat scenes is well recorded. Perhaps the most memorable part of his Bildungsroman is a fight to the death. His thinking and writing is littered with varieties of violence. In fact, these militaristic tendencies have lended some interpreters to accuse him of being a proto-fascist, especially when it comes to his justification of the contingency that exists in war. However, a very good defender of Hegel on this is Shlomo Vineri, and his principal point is that while Hegel affirms the necessity of war, and so criticizes rather vehemently those who would argue that war should be done away with, maybe Kant, he does so for moral consideration. He does not do so for moral considerations, and instead holds a perhaps unorthodox position that war is both a bad thing and still a thing that we should not do away with, and of course also cannot do away with. Now, for Hegel, I think the key point is that the life of a civil society is not in any way divorced from its involvement in death. Not just in causing death, but it must partake in the danger of death constantly. This tarrying with its own end, of course, its own death is an essential part of the life of a civil society. He writes that without war, civil society ossifies. And in order to maintain a liveliness, it must be mixed up and shocked every now and again, at least. So it's not only the threat of war that is sufficient, but the actual movement of war that reorganizes a society that is necessary for its own life. He writes, Vineri writes about this, it is Hegel's argument that war as such is no more than what a disease is to a body. Only when attacked by a disease can one form judgment of whether a particular body is healthy or not. War is not the health of the state. In it, a state's health is put to the test. On this reading, what war does in putting the health, durability, or life of a state to the test is to manifest that health. A state is strong enough, flexible enough, and prepared can face the challenges of war. The challenges that may require changes to the structure and material conditions of that society. A state that is too inflexible, that has lost its range of motion, and most crucially, whose social structure has degenerated to such an extent that it fails to rise to the challenges of war, will not survive. To the extent that the state is an entity, a finite thing defined by its interrelations with other things, such tests are necessary for it. The state endures by tarrying evermore with its death in the form of war. So Hegel insists each war is itself contingent. It is contingent upon the very particular, almost accidental circumstances in which it is started. And yet, war as such, the possibility of war coming about, or its recurrence, more exactly, is inevitable for a state which is defined by such violent encounters. So for Hegel, very much contra Kant, we should recognize the necessity of this contingency. It is necessary for a state that it face these contingencies. A contingency that has no relation to this, to its negative, namely to the contingent aspect, it loses its internal necessity. It ceases to exist. So Hegel writes, what is by nature contingent is subject to contingencies, and this fate is therefore itself a necessity. Just as, in all such cases, philosophy and the concept must overcome the point of view of mere contingency and recognize it as a semblance whose essence is necessity. It is necessary that the finite, such as property and life, should be posited as contingent, because contingency is the concept of the finite. War is thus a negative moment, a symbol and vigil for death, and the very threat of transience. As such, it is pure contingency, but one that is necessary in that contingency. A necessary category with contingent particulars. What we find in Hegel's notion of war is precisely what is missing in his notion of natural history. So I should now say something about the aspects of nature in this. So with Kant, a necessity that belongs to the human subject is projected onto nature. It becomes a constitutive aspect of nature, only to the extent that we can have something like an idea of perpetual peace, can we find that nature unifies into a system. But in Hegel, this a similar dynamic has turned out slightly more negatively towards nature. The mixing of modal categories that we find in war, the idea of a necessary contingent, is exactly what is lacking for Hegel in nature. So, in explaining in the encyclopedia, in the natural philosophy, why the earth cannot be said to have a history, what Hegel says is that that nature maintains a clear split between the necessary and the contingent. So that we have necessary laws like the law of universal gravity, and entirely contingent particulars like the fall of this or that specific apple or this or that specific leaf. But that these two categories are never intermixed. There is no point at which the contingent, as contingent, becomes necessary, or the necessity becomes contingent or arises contingently. And this is precisely what happens in war. And so the idea of war here is that which takes us over nature. It marks a point of difference between what is properly human and historical, or what belongs to spirit, and what is merely natural and conformant with the split between necessity and contingency. And so what we find both in Kant and in Hegel, and this is, I'm kind of taking a step back in order to say this, is that the idea of war is crucial in the way that we understand the overcoming of nature in the historical setting, in the human being. For Kant, this is a kind of, again, at least to my mind, a very utopian vision. The idea that we can overcome a certain aspect of human nature in service of the manifestation of freedom in that nature. And for Hegel, it's well, it comes in with this whole vision of what history is. But in both cases, in order to understand, in order for the human being to understand its role in the world and its history as a movement in nature itself, the notion of war is crucial. So now to, how are we doing on time? Yeah, okay. So I should return to the question, should we say that war is necessary? So now just to give some sense of something conclusive, but certainly in no forceful way to conclude anything, both Kant and Hegel provide ways of saying that war actually is not necessary. So we should say that war is not necessary. That is, despite the open hostility that Hegel harbors to Kant's dismissive attitude to hostility, he affirms too something unnecessary about war. We are then perhaps free to say no, war is not necessary. But this, as I hope to have shown, is something of a partial answer. War, in both in Kant and Hegel, marks a unique point where the clear distinction between necessary and contingent in nature is disfigured, where the necessary lives by its eradication of the contingent, an ideal that regulates a process, and where the contingent as contingent shows an internal necessity. To say that nature is not necessary is not to defend the notion of peace, nor even to strive for it. Rather, it is a certain demand placed on us, something of an ethic towards nature, to exhibit our nature in history, in fighting a war against war, and in taking up nature into history, and to overcome the clean separations of ontological processes, namely this internalizing or recollecting movement that is the spirit, that is the life of spirit. We say that war is not necessary in the same somewhat counterintuitive way that we may say that death is not necessary for life. Not because it is conceivable without it, but because living life is always to subsume the possibility of death into life, and so to overcome what would be merely natural life, be life dominated by death. War faces nature in history as an invitation to overcome that nature, or to have a history that is not merely a natural history. Yes, I'll stop there. Yeah, thank you.
So I'm sure there are many questions. Let's start gathering them. Why not, please?
Okay.
Don't fight over it.
Very much. That was very thought-provoking. And in your abstract, you actually write that Kant is more idealist and Hegel is more realist.
Yes.
So from my standpoint, they seem both very idealist. And that is since the way in which Hegel then makes sense of war. So I'd ask you, so if you want to apply this to a situation we face today, so what kind of war could that be? Because then what we're observing is a lot of asymmetrical warfare, a lot of drone war, a lot of proxy war. So would the Hegel notion be applicable to that? First question, because my guess would be that not. And then, so when it comes to more conventional kinds of warfare, for example, but I mean, we discuss it, that might be more the Russian-Ukraine conflict. Then the question is, so whether this, what I would refer to as an idealist notion of Hegel, so wouldn't be countered by a realist approach to warfare. So, and then the question would be, is it in the national interest or is it not? And that would be a completely different approach. So, which then often from the standpoint of idealism or moralism looks like leading to more instability. But I am not sure of that. So better than with a more realist, so in the sense of political science approach, one would not get less warfare in the end of the day than with an idealist approach. Okay, that's my two questions.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm not exactly sure why Hegel would be an idealist on this, at least in the, if we're thinking of idealism and moralism as similar attitudes towards war. I don't know if Hegel is exactly applicable, but I think that there's his frame is quite useful in thinking about war, even contemporary asymmetric, very technologically infused war, because technology plays an important part in mediating between human activity and the natural state. And that this mediation would play a part in war, which I believe Hegel conceives of as similarly mediating, would be expected from a Hegelian perspective. So he gives an account which is good in bringing together the role of war in human culture and the role of technology. Whether he can give us good normative directives is, I agree, somewhat questionable. I don't know, but as I said, as I started with, I also feel very incapacitated in answering normative questions myself. But I do think that even in very asymmetric situations, there's such a shock to a civil society that happens in war, even to the stronger side of the conflict, and even at great distances. The economic upheaval that comes with war, and these things they don't go away merely because of the asymmetry. There is an asymmetric influence, of course, of war, but it doesn't completely go away. And about the national interest, again, I think I would be no good in saying what the normative implications of Hegel's thinking on this would be. But yeah, thank you.
So thank you very much for your great paper. I'm not sure I grasp every point, so my questions are also about clarification. But so what I understood that you are trying to address this issue in a very innovative way by focusing on the modalities, the modalities necessity, contingency, and war in Kant and Hegel. So what I would have liked to, it would have been a more systematic approach. So when we speak of necessity in Kant, for instance, so there is a very big difference between Naturnotwendigkeit and praktische Notwendigkeit. So, and in my point of view, he addresses the issue of peace, most of all from the point of view of praktische Notwendigkeit. So there is anyway a big problem of how he attempts at conciliating the two levels by showing that so there is also Naturnotwendig and mechanische process in order to which anyway leads to peace by so framing it in its teleological. So it's very complicated, and I would have liked to have also an overview about these complicated issues. But I know that we have no time, and so another very important issue in my view. So perhaps the distance between if we don't focus on. So I didn't understand very well what you told about Hegel, because on one side I grasped that for you, so war is what shows that our history is not nature. So where in nature, contingency and necessity are not extrinsic, exterior, because nature is the realm of exteriority for Hegel, and on the other side, war is the real historical place where we see this coincidence between necessity and contingency, if I grasp. But at the end of your paper, it seemed to me to contradict what you said about this thesis, but perhaps I didn't understand very well about the fact that war is not necessary for Hegel. So so this is just a clarification, a question of clarification. But on a last question, and then I stop. If we do not focus on philosophy of history and we just focus on philosophy of right, is there really such a big difference between Hegel and Kant, in the sense that Kant, so the last researches about Kant's philosophy of right, I think to Catherine Flickschuh essay, The Dilemma of Sovereignty, which in my view is very, has shown that for Kant, the problem, so he doesn't renounce to the idea of a world republic, of a federative world republic, just for pragmatic reasons, but because it would be contradictory, because state sovereignty is inherently logical necessary for Kant. And that's why in the Metaphysical Morals he very clearly states that so the association of state, the world state would be the only way to avoid war, but it's not achievable, it's not desirable, and it's not logically possible in Kant's philosophy of right. So state sovereignty for Kant cannot be concealed, and the same is also for Hegel. So in this sense, and for Kant, we cannot have peace. Peace is unachievable, because if we don't have a world state, we will always. So this is another way of.
Yeah.
So,
okay. No, thank you.
Sorry.
Maybe I'll start backwards. No, the things about the philosophy of right are very interesting, but I've not thought about this enough to actually say anything about how close together they are on these things. But this is good to keep in mind, so thank you. I just to maybe say slightly more accurately what I mean with war and nature in Hegel. So what I try to say is that in both Kant and Hegel we find something like nature overcoming itself in the human being. Right? That something which is natural is then elevated into a historical scenario through war. That this is the role of war in the kind of systematic laying out of things, and this maneuver out of nature is is in the way that war mixes these modal categories, which are external to one another in nature itself. So this externality between necessity and contingency is then overcome in the fact that a civil society has to internalize the contingencies of war. And about the necessity in Kant, so the long opening on the third critique might have been slightly unclear on this. But what I'm trying to point out is that there is a unique kind of necessity that we find exhibited in the power of judgment, the reflective power of judgment, which is not exactly practical, and that I think is quite crucial for the perpetual peace. So this idea of the mechanical process guiding human history, the mechanical process of nature, is, to me, marks the place exactly of the necessity that belongs to the reflective power of judgment. Yeah, thank you.
Hi. So thank you, Attay. This was quite wonderful. I really enjoyed your presentation, especially on Hegel, even though also, Hegel's critique of Kant is also, I would basically I basically agree with you, I would say. So my question concerns the title of your talk, or specifically the word should. I think in the presentation you mentioned that you seemed quite uncertain, and I think this uncertainty is part of Hegel's philosophy itself. Namely, is Hegel saying that war is simply there and it's unavoidable, or is Hegel saying that we should wage war? I think your position wasn't quite clear. It's either or. And I was I wanted to hear what you think of the idea of the end of history. Because in some sense, I think both Kant and Hegel obviously put a lot of hope, let's say, in history, or a lot of philosophical resolve is put in the idea of history. History kind of takes the role of making things right, if you want, or not. And what do you make of Hegel's idea of the end of history? Why does he insist on this? I mean, what does he hope to achieve by that? And does that make his position closer to Kant's, in that sense making him more idealist than realist? Or do you have a different reading of that, if you've considered this question yourself?
So, thank you. This is a great question, which I will obviously fail tremendously to answer. So just, I'll take the easier one first, about whether or not we should wage war. I'm very undecisive of this myself, as an issue in Hegel. But I think that there would have to be some indifference about whether or not war is imposed from outside or whether it comes from within. In both cases, there is some contingency which has to be internalized and made necessary. And this reflective process can happen both for external circumstances and for internals. So it would be just as contingent initially for a spontaneous waging of war or a spontaneous decision to wage war as it would be for taking an offensive of some kind. Now, about the end of history, I think you're touching on the really crucial point, especially when it comes to this. I would tend to say something like, I can't say anything very authoritative about the end of history in Hegel, but I feel I have to. So it would have to be, I guess, kind of similar to this idea of war, that there is a negativity or an unrest that doesn't really go away fully at any point. That despite it's being internalized, does not vanish and become necessary. And I think, and I try to read Kant charitably on this point, but maybe I'm wrong, that this unrest doesn't stay with Kant. That for Kant, there is a genuine regulative, almost image of a world which is restful, and that Hegel is good in kind of eschewing this idea away. Yeah. Thank you so much for the question.
Thank you so much for this. I have so many thoughts. So it strangely corresponds to what I was presenting yesterday, the split between nature and history within human being. my question would be, the way I heard you talking about the idea of war in Kant seems to be, but please do correct me if I'm wrong, to be privative in some sense. Namely, you say, okay, war, there it is, but it's also something to be overcome, so should not be, because it prevents us from positing our ends freely. So my question, the first question would be, okay, so do we know these ends in advance? So, so then we say, okay, now it's a suspension of ends, in this sense privation, but then we still go along, or there is a kind of mutual determination between these two aspects. Let me give you one example. It's not about war and peace, but we can take analogy, good and evil, of course. So if war would be a privative notion for Kant, would it look like something, I always like to use this example, Augustine, you know, okay, I stole some pears, and now that I stole some pears, I know what good is, namely not to steal. So this would be a privative concept, yeah. Or did you have something else in mind? This is a first question, and then, I mean, it's a continuation. In Hegel, then war seems to have an ontological status, right? If we take this, what I said, that war is something privative in Kant, or also not, and that it has ontological status means that it grounds the very possibility of knowing the peace in this case, or we could also translate it to good and evil again, and say, back to the example of pears. The fact that I stole pears says nothing else but that I'm wicked. So I cannot relegate my wickedness to any kind of external or noble end I follow. I know only that I'm wicked, but the fact that I know that I'm wicked says to me that I can also know the possibility of the good. But this is a good I don't know in advance. I have to establish precisely throughout the fact that I know for sure that I'm wicked. So here we see evil, we could go, war has some kind of ontological primacy even of peace or good. So I would just like to know your thoughts on this. Thank you. Sorry for being long.
Great questions. So I think you're quite right that in what I'd said and what I'd written, it does sound that war is a privative thing, but I think you're exactly right in saying that it isn't. It shouldn't be thought of this way. And I'm going along exactly with the lines of your talk on this. So the war would have to be something of the negative side of a rational capacity, a dual-sided capacity. So the ends are not pre-given, importantly. So it's the freedom to posit ends as an end-positing being. And an end-positing being is clearly indeterminate in the ends that it posits. And this would mean that these ends could also be the ends of war, ends achieved by war. And in this sense, war is not privative, but is internal to the same capacity. And I think this is what you were calling the perpetual peace as a capacity. So I've not really named the capacity, but I think this is very much along the same lines. In Hegel, I don't know, I think I find both peace and good and evil are kind of dissolved away from the discussion. He seems to have very little interest in what is good or in what is peaceful, which is part of what's so interesting about him. I mean, what you said about the ontology of evil is very interesting, and I think in many ways right, but I think Hegel would give us very little on this. Do you not think? Okay, so maybe we'll have to discuss this later. It could certainly be due to my own ignorance, but this is things I would usually have Schelling in mind for, but this we could discuss later. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your talk. I will return to the war, and I would say, to the classical notion of war, where war is a relation, hostility between the states, not just pure violence or police punitive operation. So the real possibility of wars implies the existence of plurality of states. If there is no plurality, there is no possibility of the state of a war. And in fact, it seems that both Kant and Hegel stick to that position that imply that there are many states. Why in Kant it's said that a universal monarchy or universal state implies a logical contradiction. However, this contradiction in Kant is a consequence of another presupposition, which is that he considers the relation between the states in analogy with the relation of individuals in the natural states. And if the plurality of independent states form a civil society, a civil state in certain sense, they come in contradiction with their being states. However, there is a possibility in Kant, logical possibility, that there would be only one universal state, not that wouldn't consist out of different states, but out of citizens. So one unified state formed by citizens. This is logical possibility in Kant, I would say, and the question would be, why not? In Kant, and on the other hand, why not? Why there has to be a plurality of state in Hegel? It seems that obvious, but what are logical grounds, in your view, in both cases? And the other thing about war, you claim that war is in Hegel necessary because it brings life, it brings shock into the civil society. However, if we consider how some wars are waged today, you see that this is not the case. For instance, we have a state that lives in permanent war, and this is not Israel, but this is United States, where war is completely normalized. We now wonder how Russia can be in war with Ukraine, but life in Moscow goes takes its usual course. But in fact, it's the normal state of affairs. United States are always in the war, but the life goes on perfectly normally. France was in the war. Great Britain was in the war. Why? Because they resort to the so-called professional armies. So in this sense, if you don't have army and the conscript army, then you can shield the civil society from the beneficial, let us say, effects of wars. And in that sense, the present societies don't have the capacity to wage war in that sense unless it is serious. So how would you, in that case, are the wars waged by the United States, for instance, from Vietnam on, to be considered wars at all? Or it's just, a police operation? And what consequence does it have for the, let's say, the concept of war itself?
For the others, it's war. Yeah. For the Vietnamese, it was war.
Well,
just a comment.
That was war for the Americans too, I think. the last one maybe, but still. Do you want to?
No, it's just last answer.
Last answer, okay. I should make this one the worst answer, just to finish on a terrible note. Yes.
To end on wars, please.
Goodbye. Okay. It's an interesting question about logical problems. I don't know if there's quite a logical problem with a universal state in Hegel, to the extent that I understand what Hegel is saying. But there are, let's call them maybe dynamical problems with war. That there is, it's almost an organic issue, not really a conceptual one. And this is also, I think, part of the reason I wouldn't refer to him as an idealist or utopian in this sense. He's not engineering a notion of a society in this way, but there is a sense in which, in order for a civil society to, or for any social organization to function as an organic unity, which is something Hegel seems to be fond of, there are some dynamical requirements that come with this. And I think these would preclude universal states, because it would become still water. There would be rot where there is no motion, and as universal state precludes motion. So the need for this multiplicity is not exactly logical the way I understand it, but yes, the dynamical or organic, that something needs to meet its outside in order to continue to be as a unified whole. But this, I guess, would be a somewhat avoidant answer to your question. And the second avoidant answer to your question is about the professional army. So it's very interesting what you say, and I've not thought of this. I would instinctively say that these are not wars, and I think thinking of them as police operations is rather good. But there's something to be said about police operations, that the operation that happens outside of a jurisdiction, which that seems to be definitely the case. But this is a new avenue. I've not taken this up. Thank you.
Okay, we should wrap it up. Thank you very much, Attay.
Yes.
Shall we start?
Yes, we should.
We should wait for the cue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, should we? Should we start? Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, good. Okay, so now we can start, I think. Okay. So, hi everybody and welcome back. It is my great pleasure to welcome a colleague of mine, Levi Haeck. I'm very happy that you are here today with us. Levi Haeck is a postdoctoral researcher at Ghent University, Department of Philosophy and Moral Sciences in Belgium, funded by the Scientific Research Foundation Flanders. He is working on Kant's logic, transcendental logic, philosophy of language, philosophy of mind, and more generally on Kantian approaches to the life sciences, for example, Kantian and neo-Kantianism, but is also recently becoming increasingly interested in Kant's practical philosophy too. So he recently defended his PhD thesis, Kant's epigenetic seek into the synthetic a priori, deriving the categories as a critique of predication. So an article on the categories of quantity is forthcoming. It's in Kunsthochschule, it's already published. Yes, and his postdoctoral project is about Kant's fascinating but elusive wish to construct a transcendental grammar out of the table of categories. Yeah. Hi.
That's great. Thank you so much for this long introduction, Bojana. So indeed, for me, this is also quite exciting. It's not a bit closer. Okay. Yeah, for me, this is already quite exciting because it's the first time I'm going to venture into Kant's practical philosophy. Now, before I start, maybe I should comment a bit on my title. So the official title on the abstract is The Actuality of Evil as the Ground of the Possibility of the Good. Now, in a sense, this is a bit of a confusing title. What I actually mean is the actuality of evil is the ground of the hope in the good. That's the more correct way to interpret my title. Okay, so you can still hear me well, or like the distance is fine? Okay, like this? Good. So it's well known, of course, that for Kant we should do philosophy by approaching it on the basis of three basic questions. What can I know? What ought I to do? What may I hope? And this is summarized by a fourth question, what is man? Now, the purpose of this paper is twofold. First, I want to find a new answer to the third question of hope, but I want to do so in such a way that this question becomes relevant to the issue as to what kind of sentiment is to be cultivated vis-à-vis the ongoing violent conflicts across the globe. And specifically, my claim will be that the good, so one of the possible objects that we can hope for, is possible precisely because evil is already, in some sense, actual. And so here I take possible in the material sense, so not in the merely logical sense. And to arrive at this response, I first focus on question one, then I gradually move on to the second and the third question, and I will, as Kant wishes, always keep the fourth question in mind. So, first of all, what can I know? Basically, for Kant, I can know things in nature. But what is nature? Nature is, on the one hand, the sum total of all appearances, which he calls natura materialiter spectata. On the other hand, all all appearances of nature, as far as their combination is concerned, stand under the categories, on which nature depends as the original ground of its necessary lawfulness, which he calls natura formaliter spectata. And what's at stake here is a kind of a hylomorphism of nature, a kind of matter-form relationship that lies at the basis of nature, or to put it more crudely, that lies at the basis of reality. And so according to Kant, it's very important here to ask the question, what can I know? And so what can I know as a finite yet rational thinker, for instance, I as a human being? So as a rational being that only has access to some reality by means of their senses. So without receiving sensory impressions, we cannot know anything. But those impressions themselves, as such, are still too chaotic, too raw to generate some knowable reality, some knowable nature. In themselves, sensible impressions give us nothing other than what Kant calls a manifold of intuition, which as such is blind. So this manifold still needs to be determined, and that is done by means of concepts. And these concepts, they don't come from our senses, but from our understanding. And so only when our understanding applies concepts to the manifold of intuition can objects appear, can we relate to objects that can from then on be studied using all kinds of empirical research methods. And so basically there are two human ingredients that underlie nature, that make nature possible: the sensible matter of our senses and the conceptual form of our thoughts. And so interestingly then, nature consists of a faculty which operates in nature, but which does not belong to nature properly so called. So material nature is in a sense made possible by something which is not material at all, the forms of thought that spontaneously produce concepts. And so this means that although nature is made possible by thought, this thought must itself nonetheless be seen as being completely independent of that nature. And so the fact that we can separate thought from nature in this way is the basis of the question of freedom, the second question, what must I do? And so we read in the Kritik der reinen Vernunft, so I quote, "Man is one of the appearances in the sensible world, and in that sense also one of the natural causes which must obey empirical laws. In inanimate or merely animal nature, we find no ground for thinking of faculties other than as determined by sensory conditions. But man, who otherwise knows all nature exclusively through the senses, also knows himself through mere apperception, namely in actions and inner qualifications which he cannot classify as sensory impressions. He himself is partly appearance, but partly also pure intelligible object, namely in regard to certain faculties whose action cannot be regarded as part of the receptivity of the senses. And we call these faculties intelligence and reason." Now, this idea that man as a rational being can never be regarded merely as an object of nature is then taken up famously in his Grundlegung, where he says, and I quote again, "Now, a human being really finds in himself a capacity by which he distinguishes himself from all other things, even from himself, insofar as he is affected by objects, and that is reason. And this reason, as pure self-activity, is raised even above the understanding by this, that though understanding is also self-activity, and does not, like sense, contain merely presentations that arise when we are affected by things, and thus are passive in a sense, yet it can produce from its activity no other concepts than those which serve merely to bring sensible presentations under rules and thereby to unite them in one consciousness." So if it were not for this sensibility, it would not think anything at all. But reason, on the contrary, shows in what we call ideas a spontaneity so pure that it thereby goes far beyond anything that sensibility can ever afford it, and proves its highest occupation in distinguishing the world of sense and the world of the understanding from each other, and thereby marking the limits for the understanding. So the understanding is our faculty of thought insofar as it relates to intuitions and thus serves nature. Reason, on the other hand, is our faculty of thought insofar as it turns away from intuitions to think free actions not bound by nature. And so Kant arrives at a crucial qualification. Everything in nature works according to laws. Only a rational being has the ability to act according to the Vorstellung of laws, that is, according to principles, or it has a will. And it's, of course, on the basis of this qualification of man as both a natural object and a free object or subject that Kant arrives at his famous categorical imperative, which you, of course, all know, which states that I may never otherwise act than in such a way that I can also will that my maxim be a general law. But the interesting thing here is that just as nature had a hylomorphic structure, subjecting intuitions qua matter to the concepts of the understanding qua form, we can discern a similar modal or hylomorphic structure in the realm of freedom. So Kant says there we must subject our maxims to the general law, and to render a maxim to be good, the matter of my maxim must be subsumed under the form of lawfulness as such. And so this rational ability to think only the things I should do and shouldn't do is the basis of my freedom. And what's happening here is I extract a level of pure normativity from the descriptive level of nature. Nature being a state of description, a playing field of knowability. But we have already seen that this nature itself would be impossible without a level of normativity within it, because we must subject our blind intuitions to concepts in order to acquire an object of study. And there is a must to that. We must do that. So it's a kind of immanent normativity that stems from the same rational faculties that at the same time allow us to turn our backs on nature. So the same rational faculty that makes nature possible allows us to go against nature. So the fact that I can contrast the automaticity of my sensible nature with the rational faculty in me, namely I can compare the two, that's what gives me free will in the most liminal sense. So just what allows me to think myself as a being with free will. And so in this way we have gone through the first two questions of philosophy, and we have done so by means of the fourth question as a guiding thread. And so the first question actually leads to the second question in a sense. But okay, what about the third question? What may I hope for? Is the good possible in the material sense, so not just logically, but does the good as an object of hope correspond to the first postulate of modality? Can I effectively insert freedom into the natural order of things? Because knowing what the good is, knowing what I must do, is in some respects still not a guarantee of its execution. So why should we deem ourselves able to effectively go against nature itself? And to understand this, we must look at Die Religion. And here Kant says, interestingly, and I quote, as regards the question of whether man is good or bad, the distinction cannot possibly lie in the difference between the motivations that man includes in his maxim, so not in the matter of his maxim. But it must lie in the hierarchy between the drives, and so in the form, in the question of which of them he makes the condition of the other. So man, even the best, is therefore only bad because he reverses the moral order of the drives when they are included in his maxims. So he does indeed include the moral law in addition to that of self-love in his maxims. However, he realizes that the one cannot be on equal footing with the other, but that one must always subordinate the one to the other as like the upper condition. And then he makes the drives of self-love and their tendencies the condition of observance of the moral law. So this is a rather complex passage, but I want to extract the following takeaway from it. So here we see that the hope for the good is possible because evil, in a sense, already exists, right? Because evil happens when one does take the moral law into account, but still choose to subordinate the moral law to our material, natural wishes and whims. So, for instance, we do follow the moral law, but only when doing so would suit us. So, in other words, evil is not a mere property of our state of nature as objects, as unfree beings. Evil does not come from our animality as such. On the contrary, evil is possible precisely because we are both animals and rational beings at the same time. So evil, in a sense, involves a rational choice made on the basis of the faculty of reason to put reason aside as of secondary importance. And that also means that evil is characterized by the exact same hylomorphic or modal structure as the good, namely of the matter of our maxims and the form of the law. But of course, with that difference that in the case of evil, the structure is reversed. Evil is simply the good, you could say, given its perverse form. Evil places matter on the level of form and form on the matter of matter. But importantly, the actuality of this perversion, so the actuality of evil, confirms the actuality of the modality of matter and form as such. So, seemingly in line with the factum der Vernunft of the second critique, the Religion seems to assume that modality as such, hylomorphism, is actual. So the fact that the world is full of evil can be a ground of hope that the good could also take place exuberantly. The good only requires that we use that hylomorphic structure that's already there, but that we use it differently. So this structure is already there, you could say, as a germ in the world, in us, in our discourse. And this, I argue, is the key to understanding Kant's views on human progress, for instance, in Mutmaßlicher Anfang der Menschengeschichte, in which he meditates on our sorrow and our discontent with the providence that governs the course of the world, when we are estimating the ills that so much oppress humankind, leaving us with no hope for anything better. His point, however, is that it is of the greatest importance to be content with providence, partly in order to grasp courage even among our toils, and partly so that we might not lose sight of our own responsibility, which might perhaps be the sole cause of all these ills, and avoid the remedy against them, which consists in self-improvement. So that's what Kant says in Mutmaßlicher Anfang. And so rather than interpreting this conclusion of self-improvement as some disappointing, perhaps, call for a crude kind of suck-it-up mentality, I read this as a testimony of my view that it is the actuality of evil that must propel us to hope for the possibility of the good. And so additionally, in the same text, Kant says that man must not blame providence for the ills that oppress him. Man is also not justified in ascribing his own misdeeds to an original crime of his ancestral parents, but rather man must accept with full right what they did as having been done by himself, and attribute all ills arising from the misuse of his reason entirely to himself, since he can very well become conscious of the fact that he would have done the exact same thing in their circumstances. So not only do we need to look at evil as a part of the historical progress towards the good, for instance, we don't only need to acknowledge the role of some unsocial sociability, which contains an evil that forces us to install political institutions, which in turn cultivate our moral dispositions and enables the good to take place. We also need to acknowledge that evil already points to our rational nature, although it still needs to be developed. So, in a sense, we need the epigenetic teleological story offered by Kant in Mutmaßlicher Anfang and elsewhere in order to grasp how human beings could progress from evil reason to good reason, from, you could say, reason 1 to reason 2. Yet, to borrow the words of Kant's essay on Aufklärung, we can only transition from immaturity to maturity, so from reason 1 to reason 2, if we grant that our initial immaturity was self-incurred from the beginning, and that the initial phase of immaturity was therefore, in fact, bearing the germ of maturity from the get-go. And that's also why in Mutmaßlicher Anfang he starts his Menschengeschichte with man as a speaking being that's already rational. So evil, in a sense, is just a phase of our rational faculty manifesting itself through time. And so then in the Anthropologie, we read that even a human being of evil character, like Sulla, though he arouses disgust through the violence of his firm maxims, is nevertheless also an object of admiration, because we generally admire strength of soul. And this, you could say, is we generally admire this play with matter and form. So evil points to the germs of reason already at work in the world. And so, in fact, I must also rephrase my title again. It's not the actuality of evil per se, but the actuality of modality, so of hylomorphism. Namely, it's the actuality of the germs of reason as such that counts as the ground of my hope that the good might be possible. Yeah, thanks.
So, time for questions, comments, observations.
Thank you for your presentation. I like very much this is why I wrote it down, your insistence that there is a normativity in nature itself, so that nature and normativity in Kant cannot be separated in so clear-cut way, but that the very same capacity that makes nature possible makes also possible that we can distance ourselves from the nature. This is, I think, very, very well put, and I think that it touches to something in Kant's overall structure. However, your presentation, the actuality of evil, even as modality, as the ground of the possibility of the good, to me it would be a perfect, very, let's say, standard title for a paper on Hegel. However, not on Kant. Why? You at a certain point you formulated that evil is the rational choice to set our rationality aside. And I think this is a quite good description of what evil should be, how evil should be described. But I think that Kant basically doesn't have the resources, conceptual resources, to do it. Especially in critique of practical reason, I don't think that there is even a possibility to conceive a possibility of reason. He speaks of evil. Yeah. He speaks of evil on one place. It's always about doing the good, not to omitting the evil, or far less of doing evil. On one singular occasion, he defines evil as an object of our Abscheuungsvermögen, according to the general laws. But this is the so incidence of Abschwungsvermögen in his entire opus, and I think it's a contradiction in term. Necessary object of Abschwungsvermögens according to the general laws. So, and this is also a standard argument against Kant's morality of pure reason, that it makes evil logically impossible. There can only be good or nothing else. There cannot be evil. So that changes in Religionsschrift, where he explicitly introduces capacity of evil. However, he defines this in different way, not as evil as the rational choice to set our rationality aside, but something that is inexplicable, that is produced in intelligible by intelligible deed in a present that was never present, in a past that was never present, which basically means that it cannot be explained. It is only deduced from the fact that that evil is actual. However, this is something that, according to his own presupposition, cannot be observed, because it's a question. This is not empirical finding. It's a question of maxims precisely, and then that cannot be seen. It could be only a result of sovereign decision, let's say, which is impossible, and then put in intelligible past. And it goes even further. Since by intelligible deed, it's our intelligible character itself that is determined. So, strictly speaking, if we were Kantian in ontology, we should leave our hopes, put our hopes aside, because intelligible character can be determined only once, if it can be determined at all. It's something that is out of the reach of time and logically allows of no change. So as a Kantian, I should say, yes, I'm okay. If we assume that I decided to determine the hierarchy of principles, yes, I'm evil, and I will stay evil. It's no other way. I'm stuck in the evil.
Okay.
Only thing that can save me is a miracle.
Yeah, right, okay.
And this is not a rational hope.
Right, but I think so. I can follow your reasoning up until the Religion. I just think that Kant in the Religion, he opens up the standpoint of anthropology, and then it's quite different, right? So then it ceases to be this state that we cannot grasp quite its origin or something. It is in the anthropology. It's full of statements of evil actions of human beings that are not as such evil. But yet, like there is like this argument of playing with your maxims and the form of the law. So he assumes in anthropology, he assumes a subject that is able to play with that. So I agree that in the pure side of things, so in the Grundlegung and in the second critique, there is no place for evil. And in the Religion, because it's still in the grips of the previous works, it is hard. He doesn't have all the resources, I agree, to give it a place in that text, but he already opens up this anthropological perspective on evil, where human beings are seen in a historical way, where they can, I mean, first they learn to choose, and they learn to follow up on their choices, and this already installs this hylomorphic structure of matter and form, of maxim and law. So in a sense, that perspective, I agree that it comes from the back door in a sense, that he adds it onto his general, pure, practical reason, where he's maybe not able to fully give a place to evil. But if you consider this fourth question, what is man, then you must, I think, give some status to evil, not as some original position, but as really something that we can do, right? I mean, quote from the Anthropologie is also a testimony to that, I think.
Thank you, Levi. This was brilliant and eloquent, as one would expect from you. So I really enjoyed it. I really liked how you turned the usual question of how come people do evil things into the opposite question, which is like it's almost the actuality itself is evil. I mean, and the good is all in the potentiality. So my question from this perspective would be super simple and stupid even, perhaps. You focused almost, I mean, you almost made it sound that, yes, actuality is evil, and what is to be human is to be this potentiality for good. Which I think is a very interesting idea. I spontaneously kind of like it. But at the same time, I mean, from this perspective, how do you explain the potentiality for evil? I mean, is there such a thing as potentiality for evil?
Well, in a sense, yes. If you regard evil as a stage of the development of reason, which aims at the highest good, if evil is a stage at that development on this line of history, then maybe indeed at first, the first step of the germs of reason forming themselves would be to become like evil in that sense, yeah, right? So it is evil deeds. You already have a conception of the law. It's just not the pure law, right? And that's maybe the first step that a human being needs to take, to assume, to then develop that capacity into the capacity for the good. So if it's an intermediate kind of goal, then yes, but not. It's never going to be the goal, I think, of the development of reason. Yeah, but I think.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I find this topic fascinating. And my first question is, so what's the difference between an evil deed and a selfish deed? Because then I agree pretty much with you that it's very hard, even in the religion, so to find something that goes out of this Kantian paradigm that you have acting according to the moral law, which is freedom, and acting according to your inclinations or according to self-love.
Right.
Is there a third category? So that's my first question, which would be evil.
Right.
And then what would that be? My second question zooms a little bit out of this, because I was reminded of this critique that critical theory, so Horkheimer, Adorno had concerning Kant, because then they said, well, but in human history, we had a manifestation of evil in the Holocaust, and that was a dimension of evil that made them very skeptical then to go on and think in some like teleology paradigm of history, or in some terms of hope that human beings could, I mean, from that framing them directly achieve their own improvement or something like that. So that made them speak of a dialectics of enlightenment, so that they needed a dialectic stage in order to overcome this evil that manifested itself within history. And their thesis was so that what you're saying, that we should discover that our rationality is able to subsume matter under form. So Adorno would exactly say that this is part of the problem and not the solution, because what one needs is then some reconciliation of matter and form, so what he sees in art. And I would just like ask, so how you see this comment influencing, so this hope that the ability to bring up such evil shows that we're able to do the good.
Okay, maybe to start with the first question, it wasn't clear to me what the third category would be. Like it
Evil.
Ah, okay, okay.
Or is evil
the first
part
one
of
good?
self-love?
Oh, okay. Well, I think so. I think self-love is the most general way in which we can conceive evil to come about, if it comes about. So in that sense, I wouldn't take evil to be like the third category or something. I'm not sure why that would be necessary.
But if you only have self-love and acting according to the moral law, then you can only realize freedom if you're acting according to the moral law.
Right, okay.
And then if you're acting according to your inclinations, that's just a deprivation.
Yeah.
And then there is no possibility
Okay,
to evil as a rational choice to do.
Okay. Then I would agree it must be like a third category, probably, right?
Yeah.
Because you need to compare the two. I'm not sure if that's a huge problem for Kant's system. I mean, the systematic aspects also need to include the anthropology, right? And there it's there it might have a place. Or is that not systematic? But maybe the second question about dialectics? Or
yes, so the point of Kremer and Adorno was that evil in history was something like the Holocaust, and that might make it impossible after that happened to look for a simple solution, that man who's able to do something like this. So genocide, mass murder, not only acting to inclinations and then give a false promise to borrow money and never return it, but large scale, whether that shouldn't make us think about this paradigm, so that we hope that when people bring about something like this, they could, with the same faculty, bring about the good. And I think that's the reason why Horkheimer and Adorno spoke of a dialectics of enlightenment and didn't see some simple solution, but yeah.
Okay, so maybe two things about this. On the one hand, I think the question of hope becomes more prominent when evil becomes more severe and harsh. So it's not a question of probability. So indeed, I mean, we might become very pessimistic about the potentiality of the good taking place given Holocaust, but the hope becomes more like purified in that context. So it becomes like a purified kind of hope to still uphold that hope and to not change your mind given these empirical true horror shows, in a sense. So that cannot, in a sense, change our view of what it means to hope for the good. It can change our view of what, like the potentiality, the possibility of it taking place in a sense of what's the chance of it taking place. Are the odds in our favor or not? Then maybe the Holocaust can change our view, right? But it couldn't affect what hope means for us, I think. And then the first remark, well, in a sense, I think the fact that evil would be manifested as part of the Enlightenment project, and that reason is indeed behind these horror shows, well, that's also already in Kant. So there is some continuity to look at the horror of the Holocaust from Kant to the Frankfurter Schule in that sense, that evil, horror is not necessarily running counter to rationality, can be part of rationality. So that would be my way of dealing with that. But again, the question of the Holocaust, if that makes you doubt the possibility of the good, then it's a matter of optimism versus pessimism. This doesn't touch hope, I think. Hope becomes even stronger in the face of the Holocaust. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think it was really an achievement to sort of locate evil so clearly within the structure of the whole system. And what I sort of want to invite you to do is to, I think this is following some of the questions here, but I want to separate two levels. First, within what remains sort of, let's call it a self-ethics, right? An individualist one. It seems to me, without getting too technical with Kant's own distinction, radical, etc., that we can speak, and I wasn't entirely clear which one you meant, about something like ordinary evil, weakness of character, pathological, which would be to slide from rationality to rationalization, to put it in simple terms, right? This is the one way to understand the reversal you speak about, which is something we do ordinarily. And then hope would be tied indeed to maturity, and it would be individual, the prospect for myself to do that a little bit less, to take distance from myself, to take responsibility for my own immaturity, etc. Then there is a more character, maybe, level of things, which I think, in today's words, cynical attitude would describe it better, which is to say, it's not only that I rationalize things, there's nothing but rationalization. This would be a deeper kind of reversal, which is to say, everybody who speaks in rational, universal terms is just putting on a mask. I know that all too well, and I will pretend like everybody else, but I know what the real order of things is. And then, again, internally, if that is your attitude, there is no hope. There is no prospect for my self-improvement. I'm just as bad as everybody else, and that's fine as it is. So that's one level where I think a crucial sort of distinction as to what you mean by reversal or would help. And then, of course, the other question, just because you did make this necessary excursion into what is enlightenment, is, of course, the question of how we get from this very self-improvement kind of perspective on an individual level to a hope that is broader. Not that I might be, in my case, it's doomed, but some people internally might see themselves as being possibly better, but that good will somehow, take more root in society. So these are my two questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. To start with the second question, I think that the equivalent of a state, for instance, being able to do the good, is precisely this institutionalization. That would be a way for the state to structurally incorporate the way in which it subsumes its maxims under the law, right? So that would be for a more global question that transgresses this merely individual perspective. It's about political institutions. That would be my guess, my conjecture in that regard. Because that's as if an individual acts according to the way in which it kind of installs its life according to the moral law. Well, the state does that by means of institutions. And then the first question, I am still on board with the idea that eventually we don't know whether we follow the moral law, right? We always, there's only like this external perspective possible for us that we can act in line with the moral law, not against it. But whether we act from the moral law, indeed, there is not enough introspection for human beings available that we can really qualify when we are acting in line with the moral law or not. However, when you, like in discourse, in introspection, it can still be revealed, I think, that it's highly unlikely that you are acting in accordance, in line with the moral law. So when you have the slightest idea that you might be misusing the moral law and placing some matter in the position of form and vice versa, when you have this introspective hint that that might be the case, then you just need to move on from that. However, it's not because we don't know whether this is the case that we should just avoid this issue, right? So there is absolutely no certainty that we are acting from the moral law, but that shouldn't preclude us from trying, right? So as human beings, as subjects, it's a different story. Like again in the anthropology, we are in a pragmatic mood, right? So then in a sense we have to leave behind to some extent the pure aspects of Kant's system and just deal with these ingredients as acting human beings. And then the whole story of introspection not being entirely trustworthy cannot be an excuse, I think. Or have I misunderstood your question?
I just meant that I don't want to, take off more of everybody's time. I just meant that there is a difference between there's two ways of understanding what reversal here amounts to.
Yeah.
And in one of them, I'm interested, in principle, in doing better in light of it. I know at some level I should be more rational. I aim towards it, and I find myself faking, or I'm interested in that kind of criteria. And in the other case, reversal means I don't. I don't aspire to do better in that sense because there is no better. That is what that reversal would mean. So I was asking you or inviting you to distinguish between these two.
Okay. Well, I think
you don't have to go.
Okay. But in my talk, it was definitely the second one that was prominent, right? Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. Thank you for the provocative and interesting thesis. Although I'm a bit skeptical, like many others, but my question is actually I will keep it about the narration of the argument. So the idea is, as far as I understand, and correct me if I misunderstand something, that okay, Kant have on many places thought about possibility of influence of the freedom on the nature, and this, in this sense, modality is not something that should be solved with evil, but okay, in that sense, evil can show. Let's accept that evil manifestation of evil can show us that rationality can be in a world. I don't agree, but let's say that it is the case. Then, which is the degree of the argument or necessity of this? Because also beauty show it, also sublime show it, also good guests can, in similar way, probably show it. So the degree is low. So evil show it a little, but yeah. And another additional question is, if we understand that evil is kind of perversion of maxims, so it has something to do with rationality, but it manifests itself in your nature in some perverted way, then would it contribute to our hope or rather make it more hopeless? Because even the rationality can go wrong, and then we become even more helpless and hopeless because even this hope can go wrong. So I think actually that this is, and I read Kant in this way, this is the problem we should address, how to deal with it to get a hopeful society and not evil, even if rationality can influence the society, rather than something that contributes to hope. That's my problem.
Right, yeah. Of course, if you don't have Kant's epigenetic view on the development of reason as a capacity, then indeed the fact that that reason can be operative in evil can indeed be a ground for cynicism. I agree. But if you have the idea of Kant of reason as something that develops in a purposive way, then I think there is no room for that cynicism. Then you must see evil as a phase, as one step of some kind of development. But of course, if you don't have this view of the purpose of reason, then indeed I think there is a problem there. Then the manifestation of reason in evil is not a ground for hope, because that might be the only thing we're capable of, using reason to do evil. That would then be the end point or something. So the hope is connected to this historical, purposive story that he's also trying to tell. The first question wasn't completely clear to me about the pervasiveness of modality or something.
Just if manifestation of evil contribute to our understanding of manifestation of rationality in nature, we should many better examples show how much the degree of the argument is relevant, because we have better solution. But okay, your second answer and probably also to my
right. Yeah.
Okay. And I also want to pose a question. There's a question there.
Thank you. Thank you for your talk. It was wonderful. So I have two questions. One is shorter and straight to the point, and second one maybe a bit more, not necessarily confused, but in terms of, let's say, Kantian interpretations of the critique of pure reason and then of the practical reason. First one, it's quite straightforward. So when I was listening to your talk and also reading the title, the Hegelian connections were already pointed out. But I was thinking about Hegel's point that, you know, the appearance of absolute good, so the very idea of absolute good, that we could possess it or that it's possible, is in itself evil. So in a sense, the thought that we could achieve the possible, there is such a thing as absolute good, is evil. So in a sense...
For Hegel.
Yes, for Hegel. So I was just thinking about that. And in that sense, you know, I think it ties down to, in a sort of way, like I was thinking about some clarifications in terms of, do you think that this idea of the good in Kant and the idea of hope implies a kind of tendency of ours that we can achieve this good, which also manifests in the hope, but also does it tie to your reading of Kant as proposing an epigenetic of reason, for instance? So you can have this reading of the Critique of Pure Reason, that we go from sensibility and then to understanding and to reason, which is a kind of a hierarchy of the good in a specific sense. And the second question was, couldn't we also have a reading of, you know, a dark side of Kant, in a sense, like uncanny Kant, if you can say that, you know, if we start with the presupposition from the beginning that there's a dualism in Kant between form and matter, for instance, like the categories of the understanding and the spatio-temporal appearances of sensibility. But there are also some points in Kant, for instance, where, you know, in the deduction, where they say that, you know, the categories themselves get singularized. They have to appear in a certain way, even though they don't appear in themselves. And then in the critique of practical reason, we infer our capacity for freedom from the fact that, for instance, we feel guilty. That means that we infer transcendentally that we've done something. So this kind of is maybe a question of clarification in a sense, this progression into the future that, you know, you read into Kant, doesn't it also imply a retrospective reading of the things that we've already done to infer our freedom from it?
Yeah, absolutely. The last point, so Kant's argument seems to be a regressive analysis of a potential progressive movement, a progressive movement that's already going on and will be going on onwards. So the regression, the progression are in Kant's system, I think, always to be put together. And so indeed, we can regress from certain results to their ground. Guilt makes us aware of something. The law as such makes us aware of freedom. And also, indeed, evil, I mean, is pointing to some capacity of knowing what the good is, what the right thing to do is, right? So evil, in a sense, is also me regressing to some ground in reason. And so the issue of epigenesis is also very important in that regard. So if you, as Kant seems to suggest, if you think that we can model this progression of the faculty of reason towards the highest good, if we can model that on epigenesis in biology, then that can be quite helpful in the sense that an organism, when it's growing, it is able to acquire its mature form, right? It's able to do that. And everything in its organization is set for the organism to acquire a mature form. But that doesn't mean it will acquire the mature form, right? So it can still die prematurely. So, and that's, I think, how we should look at this highest good issue, or this peace issue. That yes, everything in the makeup of reason is set to acquire that, but given the harsh circumstances, probably if we look at this reason as an organism, it won't probably arrive at that point. Just like many organisms die before they acquire their mature form. So that's, I'm not sure I completely got the point about categories being singularized, although I think that's part of your comment on the regression in Kant's argument. Okay, yeah.
Okay. Just a really quick one, if I can, because it's a really shared topic.
Mm-hmm.
actuality of evil in Kant, the way you describe it now. Evil as a rational choice to put reason aside, that's absolutely something a Hegel would surely, sign off. Because why? Because it manifests logical structure of the reason itself for Hegel, namely singularity of reason. Einzelheit, böse zu sein heißt einzeln zu sein in Hegel. So what does it mean? It means, well, there are my reasons, and then let's say reasons of universality, and conceptually they are both on pair. And now the perversion of form happens. I make my reasons, I give them the form of universality. So this means I'm böse, but I'm rational. Because it reflects upon the very necessary structure of the reason itself, singularity. So I was wondering, is or would actuality of evil, the way you described it in Kant, correspond to something like this, like singularity of reason?
Yeah, I think so, and that ties in with the argument of Kant having to regress from reason's manifestations, its singularities, you could say, to the presupposed transcendental ground thereof.
Yeah.
And I think Kant is maybe a bit Hegelian in that regard. I'm okay with this convergence of their views on this topic. Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so thank you very much for the discussion, and thank you, Levi, for this wonderful talk. Yeah.
Now? No? Okay, can you hear me now, Caecile? Can you hear me now? Does it work?
I think you need to unmute.
Ah, it's this camera, okay.
Göran's, or I don't know how to pronounce it. I can't hear anything.
Can you hear it now? Do you hear this? That's why we have tests. Now? Does it work now? Caecile, do you hear me? Can you hear me now, Caecile? Mm-hmm. Okay, Caecile, can you hear me now? This. Testiram. Ja. Ne, ma mail, ne? A pa na telefon, mogoče imaš njen telefon. Ja, pač nekako, da bi se lahko tekoče pogovarjal z njo, ker ne odgovarja in ne napiše na Zoom chat nič. Lahko pa tudi na mail, če bo to videla. Ja, bo bi lahko, mislim zdaj. Lahko jaz na mikrofonu čekam. Oziroma, težim prek mikrofona. A klepa ni nobene prekinitve, tle vse.
Okay. Do you hear me or not? Hello. Ja, nek problem imamo. Zdaj imamo nek problem.
I can't hear anything, I'm sorry. But I think you also, like, the phone is muted, right?
The thing is,
Now I hear you, yeah.
we hear you,
Now I
but you
hear
don't hear us
Yeah.
through the official thing.
Okay. Yeah, so I hear you.
We will be
Yeah.
testing a little more, but
Okay.
on your side, everything is okay.
Yes, and it's not my computer then.
Okay.
No, I hear you now. Perfectly fine.
I will mute myself and then we will let you know.
Okay, great.
Ona ne dobi tega, ja. Ne vem sicer zakaj, ampak...
Can you see them?
Yeah, we
Yes.
can.
Great. And you can see me at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Caecile, because we are doing live streaming at the same time, you will maybe from this camera see also yourself. So don't
That's fine. Yeah.
pay attention later when we have the Q&A. It will be normal. Okay.
Okay, amazing. Yeah, I hope my voice will survive.
Masz?
Se pravi, kamera je, kje je kamera tamle, ne? Okay, in 5 minutes.
Cecile, we're gonna take 5 more minutes.
Okay. Then I'll be back in 2 minutes.
just small information. We will be muted while... You will be muted. We will be muted while you have the presentation,
yeah.
and then we will. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
We can start.
Okay. Can we start? Okay. Let us start. Are we? Yes. Okay. So I would like to welcome you again at our afternoon session. This time we have a kind of surprise, a new type of presentation, since there were certain complications with bringing Caecile Varslev Pedersen here in the last moment. We decided to include her online. Caecile, I hope it will function. There will be some improvisation needed, but I think we are all well prepared for that. Caecile Varslev Pedersen works on post-Kantian thought, especially the ethical, existential, and political aspects of Hegel's and Kierkegaard's philosophy. Her research examines 19th century conceptions of modernity and subjectivity and the migration of religious concepts into secular moral discourse. She also has an interest in feminist philosophy and holds a postdoc position at University of Southampton in the UK and PhD degree in the New School for Social Research in New York City. So it's my honor and pleasure to give the word to Caecile Varslev Pedersen, who will give the talk just as the movements of the winds prevent the seas from stagnation. Another look at Hegel and war. Please, the word is yours.
Thank you so much. Yes, so I want to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me, and I'm really, really sorry that I can't be in Ljubljana in person, but I unfortunately can't travel at the moment, so I'm very grateful that you have chosen to allow me to present online instead. Yes, as was just mentioned, I'm going to present a paper on Hegel and war, and it springs from some work I have been doing for years now on the meaning of sacrifice in Hegel. So it's inspired from that, and I'm excited to hear what questions and thoughts you may have about this topic. Okay, so I'm just going to share my slides with you. Yes, can you see them? Okay, so I start out. So despite his famous defense, and as you can hear, my voice is not too great. I just got over a bad cold, so I hope it will survive throughout the presentation. Despite his famous defense of peace in The Perpetual Peace, Kant admits in the Critique of Judgment that, this is the quote, even war has something sublime about it if it's carried out in an orderly way and with respect for the sanctity of citizens' rights. A prolonged peace, on the other hand, tends to make prevalent a merely commercial spirit, and along with it base selfishness, cowardice, and softness, and to debase a way of thinking of that people. So in this paper, I want to reflect on Hegel's appropriation of this Kantian idea. And specifically, I want to examine Hegel's idea that war can function as a sort of resuscitation of the spirit of a community. Because in several works, Hegel argues that when individuals are forced to risk and sacrifice their lives for the sake of the community or the state, they're detached from their private pursuits, such as accumulation of wealth and property, or their individual self-interest, and they're directed instead towards the collective values of the community. And of course, as many of you already know, the issue of war in Hegel is notorious, because in the philosophy of right, he claims that citizens must sacrifice their lives for the sake of the survival of the state, if this is necessary, and that war has an necessary ethical moment. So Ido Geiger, who's an Israeli scholar, has demonstrated convincingly, I think, that with the exception of Karl Popper, virtually all interpreters in the last 5 decades holds that Hegel's writings on war should be taken as descriptive and not prescriptive. So the passage which refers to the ethical moment of war in the philosophy of right describe how war has already functioned in existing states. And it's only in this retrospective sense that war has had a necessary ethical value. However, Geiger also argues that I can just stop sharing again. Geiger also argues that the group of interpretations that argue that Hegel's claims on war are descriptive offers no way, this is a quote, no way to preserve the higher ethical values of the state without waging war. So we may still, despite this, be worried that both about Hegel's rejection of liberalism, because the individual must sacrifice his life for the state, and about whether Hegel still in some ways glorifies war. And the idea of my argument is to counter such worries. So in what follows, I'm going to argue that for Hegel, war is significant not in itself, but because of what it reveals. And war, Hegel invites us to see, brings about a meta-reflection on the highest values of a given community, and first and foremost, the value of freedom. So I claim, following Geiger, that Hegel does not take war to be constitutive or creating the highest values of the community. And this also means, I suggest, that there are other ways for communities to reflect on their highest values than by means of war, according to Hegel. And finally, I'm going to argue that the kind of freedom that war reveals is only negative freedom, while the positive social freedom and what Hegel in the philosophy of right calls patriotism is constituted in peacetime. So my paper has 3 sections. So first, I'm going to consider what Hegel takes to be the problem with liberalism or bourgeois liberalism. Secondly, I'm going to compare the experience of fear in war to the experience of fear of death, which the servant in the phenomenology of spirit, which I'm sure you all know, experiences. And finally, I'm going to discuss the implications of the revelatory properties that Hegel ascribes to war. And I'm going to discuss whether we can reveal the same things without war, like by other means than war. Okay. And I should also mention that Hegel's statements about war are reiterated in different variations, both in his very early essay, which has a very long title, but usually it's in the Anglophone world, it's just called the Natural Law Essay from 1802 and 3. And in his early system drafts, there are also from the same period and the years immediately following, there are also some comments on war. Then in the Phenomenology of Spirit, which you are probably well aware in the sections on ancient Greek ethical life. And then, of course, most famously in the Philosophy of Right. But in this paper, I'm going to build my account primarily on the argument in the early Natural Law essay. And then at the very end, I'm going to return to the philosophy of right. Okay, so I start with my first section on the problem of bourgeois liberalism. So one of the points of departure of Hegel's account of war is the problem of decadence, which in its modern form is associated with bourgeois liberalism. In the Natural Law essay, Hegel discusses the problem in terms of a critique of atomism. So atomism is the idea that society essentially consists of a conglomerate of discrete and self-sufficient individuals. And in the natural law essay, in order to critique atomism, Hegel introduces his very famous and central concept of Sittlichkeit, or ethical life, which is in this context an alternative to what he calls empiricist and formalistic accounts of natural law, which are both based on the principle that the individual has higher value than the community. So both of these sets of theories are examples of atomism. So in Natural Law and other early manuscripts, Hegel expresses his worry about the preoccupation with individual needs and a reification of basic needs into more complex cultural desires, which are shaped by market economy. So these needs form a system of independence, since, as Hegel writes, for the totality of his need, no one is independent. The problem is, nevertheless, that the individual, when she's preoccupied with her own needs, can lose sight of this dependence and be led to the illusion that she's wholly independent of the social whole of the community. And this gives rise, in turn, to what Hegel in the early writings called positivity, which is the opposite of negativity, which he thinks is something good and productive. Positivity can be explained as the kind of ossification or spiritual death of social institutions. So Hegel presupposes that in times of peace, we tend to get immersed in everyday personal concerns, and that these concerns come to seem like, quote, an independent power, like a self-standing structure with absolute rather than relative value. So to avoid this, Hegel argues, human desire in its reified form of bourgeois property relation has to be curbed. And we'll see that war sacrifice is a way of limiting individual need from seeming too all-important. Okay, so I now turn to the central passage of the at least one of the very central passages of the Natural Law essay, which, and it's very interesting, I think, that immediately after he introduces his very famous idea here in an early version of Sittlichkeit, or ethical life, Hegel makes a much discussed proclamation about sacrifice and war. So Hegel writes, the individual proves his oneness with the people in a negative sense and in an unambiguous manner only by incurring the danger of death. War preserves the ethical health of peoples in their indifference to determinate things. It prevents the latter from hardening and the people from becoming habituated to them. Just as the movements of the winds preserves the seas from stagnation, which a permanent calm would produce, and which a permanent or indeed perpetual peace, it's referring of course to Kant, would produce among people. So we can see here in the passage that this vivid seas and winds metaphor indicates that war is able to revive and stir up an ossified form of life. So in war, the social bond of the people is strengthened and vitalized because war detaches individuals from their particular self-interested projects and property. So I think that's what determinate things refer to here. So we can also say war defamiliarizes individuals from the habits they develop in peacetime. And if we look at Hegel's critique of a very beautiful slide. If we look at Hegel's critique of 17th century contract theory in natural law, in the Natural Law essay, we can get a better understanding of how the problem of excessive individualism leads Hegel to make these striking claims about war. So according to the Hobbesian version of contract theory, which Hegel examines in the Natural Law, he writes, quote, the being of the individual has primary and supreme value. So according to Hobbes, when the individual escapes the state of nature and agrees to submit herself to a sovereign by entering the social contract in exchange for the security, it is in exchange for the security of peace of civilization. So peace in turn allows the individual to pursue her own self-interest, such as acquiring wealth and property. So if we follow Leo Strauss's reading, because the entire point of agreeing to the terms of the social contract, the entire point of wanting to leave the state of nature and sacrifice one's individual freedom, was to secure the survival of the individual. For Hobbes, it would be logically inconsistent to ask the individual to risk her life for the community in war. So according to Leo Strauss, of course, despite, I picked the picture of the Leviathan, despite the kind of Hobbes' appeal to an unrestricted sovereign, Leo Strauss sees Hobbes as also the father of liberalism because of this claim that Hobbes does not say the state cannot ask the individuals to sacrifice him or herself in war, because that would be inconsistent. So despite Hobbes' conclusion that a sovereign is the only justified form of political authority, his primary intention is liberal in nature. The purpose of society is to secure the survival and the opportunity of the individual. And Hegel disagrees vehemently with this Hobbesian line of argument. He is critical of what he takes to be contract theory's valuation of individual security over freedom. So ironically, then we could say that the highest value for liberalism on Hegel's account is not liberty, it is security. So for him, the basic analytic category of political thought is not the atomistic individual, but as mentioned, Sittlichkeit, or what he calls it in this period of his work, he calls it the absolute ethical totality, in which the individual always finds herself. For this reason, Hegel further claims that for a community to be wholly alive, in spiritual terms at least, it must be committed to values that exceed the interest of each individual. And in other words, ethical life is more than the system of needs. So in contrast to Hobbes, Hegel therefore argues that the state can ask the individual to sacrifice herself in war. And the specific war Hegel has in mind is very different, of course, from, maybe not of course anymore, but it's very different from many of today's militarized conflicts and proxy wars. So he's thinking of peoples fighting other peoples in their own territory with the risk of losing their freedom by being enslaved or occupied. And perhaps with Ukraine and with Gaza, we're seeing some of these phenomena occur again. So war for Hegel is first and foremost an existential threat. So to repeat my point, Hegel envisions war as a bulwark against the ossification of social institution. War has the ability of revealing the individual's dependence on the social whole, insofar as the fear of death directs individuals away from private self-interested values and towards higher common values. And in the case of the soldier who actively risks his life, he proves to himself and to the community that collective values are more important than individual pursuits of wealth, prestige, etc. And the collective value which Hegel has foremost in his mind is, not surprisingly, the value of freedom. So I now go to my second section, the fear of death and the experience of freedom. So one way of explaining how war sacrifice can reveal the value of freedom is to look ahead at how Hegel describes the fear of death experienced by the servant in the famous passages on the dialectics of the master and the servant in the self-consciousness chapter of the phenomenology of spirit. Probably the most famous passages of Hegel's entire corpus. And as you may recall, on Hegel's account, the servant experiences the fear of death that the master will kill him. And in a particular passage, Hegel describes fear as the experience that all of the servant's particular concerns, desires, individual self-interest, and values lose their prior appearance of necessity. So he writes, The servile consciousness was not driven with anxiety about just this or that matter, nor did he have anxiety about just this or that moment. Rather, it had anxiety about its entire essence. It felt the fear of death, the absolute master. In that feeling, it had inwardly fallen into dissolution, trembled in its depth, and all that was fixed within it had been shaken loose. And Hegel further writes, quote, that all durable existence becomes absolutely fluid. So here, as in the natural law essay, we see that where he compared war and the fear of death in war to a wind which stirs up waves. We can see again here uses a water metaphor, like Physikverden, all durable existence becomes absolutely fluid. And this metaphor, I think not coincidentally, but maybe it is, but it's similar to the other disorientation that opens Descartes' second meditation. If you maybe you remember this, it feels as if I have fallen unexpectedly into a deep whirlpool which tumbles me around so that I can neither stand on the bottom nor swim to the top. So perhaps Hegel had this passage in mind when writing about the servant's fear, since the servant, like Descartes, is about to discover an Archimedean point, namely the cogito, in the midst of this all-dissolving existential fear. And in the phenomenology, in a sort of similar way, what stands out in the mix of the liquefying fear is, Hegel writes, the simple essence of self-consciousness, absolute negativity, pure being for itself. So we can read this experience as the self-discovery of freedom, and specifically negative freedom. Freedom as negativity is an individual capacity to abstract oneself from one's immediate natural desires. And Hegel further argues, quote, that the individual who has not risked its life may admittedly be recognized as a person, but it has not achieved the truth of being recognized as a self-sufficient self-consciousness. So by this, I think we can see that risking one's life or radically fearing death is a transformative experience which reveals the negative freedom of the subject. So if we go back to natural law, Hegel argues that, war sacrifice is able to bring about a recognition of freedom. In war, the fear of death and total annihilation reveals not only the relativity of individual pursuits and activities, but also the freedom of ethical life as such. The understanding that ethical life is more than just a conglomerate of individuals preoccupied with satisfying their own needs and desires. And through the sacrifice, the individual soldier proves to himself and to the community that he's more than a living being. He's more also than a self-interested living being, because he is free from nature or from particular self-interest. And that ethical life is more than a natural species. It's a free community, not just a natural community. Okay, so now to my final section. So I have tried to show that according to Hegel, war sacrifice reveals that without the political community, the individual's private pursuits are null, cannot exist, cannot be realized. Yet, however forceful this line of reasoning is, Hegel's account also seems to have the, at least in modern Western eyes, paradoxical implication that the highest moment of the individual is his own self-sacrifice in war. So by this I mean that the most admirable thing, according to Hegel, that an individual citizen can do for the community is to die for its sake, since this is what displays freedom, the freedom of the community. And furthermore, I think it's also not completely implausible to insist that certain passages indicate Hegel's fascination with the intensity of war in its sheer chaotic destruction. So if you look at some of his early system drafts in from 1802 and 3, there are these fantastic passages where he describes this ecstatic debauchery and wastefulness that war creates, where everything you imagine are out, everyone is out in the street and almost partying and spending all their money because their life form is threatened as such. And indeed, the passage quoted above from the Natural Law essay, the central passage, may be read as if the sacrificing soldier is enacting a kind of secular existential drama, which is otherwise not present in the modern world, through which he's able to escape the grey everydayness of peacetime. So we may think that what Hegel is saying is that only in the throes of ecstatic fear of death can people feel genuinely alive and free in spiritual terms. So I think such reading would be mistaken, although I recognize there's some evidence supporting them. And I will end my paper with giving 2 reasons for why I think it's a mistaken reading. So first, and surprisingly, as we have seen, the most essential feature of war for Hegel is that it brings about a form of collective self-understanding. But we can ask, so what exactly is happening in this shift when the community starts reflecting on itself when its life is threatened? Is it the case that the highest values of the community or a kind of collective subject is constituted through war? As I read it, Hegel is not claiming that, he's merely claiming that war reveals what is already the case, namely that individuals depend on the community. And this community is not constituted through war. Rather, war reveals the social bond that makes up the community. So one piece of evidence for this claim, which I can mention here, is that when we look at Hegel's early system drafts from the same period of Natural Law, we can see that Hegel's, which I think is very interesting, Hegel's treatment of war is placed immediately before the sections on art, religion, and science or philosophy. So the account of war is placed immediately before the account of absolute spirit. And in these writings, Hegel defines absolute spirit as spirit attaining, quote, a view or an Anschauung of what spirit is itself as itself. Another common way of, in more current Anglophone scholarship, of defining absolute spirit is the set of practices and activities with which a community collectively reflects on its own highest values. So Pippin, for instance, Robert Pippin would define it like that. So if we combine these 2 definitions of absolute spirit, we see that this sort of meta-reflection on the highest values, and especially the value of freedom, is exactly what Hegel claims is the most significant aspect of war. So if we phrase this point a bit polemically, we could say, okay, maybe then we could say that war is a 4th type of absolute spirit along with art, religion, and philosophy. So this controversial suggestion would, on the other hand, also imply that there would be other mediums for reflecting on the highest value than war. So war is not necessary. It's not a necessary condition for communal self-reflection on the highest values, and for the community to experience itself as free, although it may be a sufficient condition for this kind of meta-reflection, because war has, and Hegel is clearly also saying that war has fulfilled this function in specific historical forms of life. Okay, and secondly, war also prompts us to clarify Hegel's understanding of freedom. So as mentioned, war reveals that ethical life exceeds nature, that it cannot be reduced to the system of needs, and thus war reveals freedom as a negation of nature. I will get to this quotation just in a bit. Despite the terrible violence of war, Hegel insists war sacrifice shows us important things about ourselves. That although we are nature, we're not just nature, and we have commitments that are higher than our own personal self-interest. However, this is not all that Hegel takes freedom to be. So I cannot here, like at the very end, give a full account of Hegel's idea of social and positive freedom, but I will end with a brief remark on the philosophy of right. So in the philosophy of right, Hegel introduces a very noteworthy and interesting distinction, which is not explicit in the natural law essay, which emphasizes the social aspect of freedom. So here he distinguishes between being willing to sacrifice oneself in war, so having a disposition to sacrifice oneself, and actually sacrificing oneself. So he calls this disposition for self-sacrifice patriotism. And patriotism is this habituated or internalized trust that my interest is also the other's interest. And if this trust is present, Hegel writes, I am free. So if I'm willing to risk my life and confront the fear of death, even if it's just potentially, then I'm free, he's saying here. So I think in the philosophy of right, it's very clear that freedom is not constituted in the violent self-sacrifice in war, or through the fear of death in war, although such sacrifice may be required in extreme circumstances. But rather, Hegel writes, and this is the quote on the slide, that it is the same consciousness which is tried and tested in ordinary life that underlies the willingness to make extraordinary efforts. So as I read it, Hegel showed that war makes visible what before was invisible and kind of receding it all in all its ordinariness, namely the social bond that makes community cohere and which makes possible the freedom of the individual in the final instance. And thus he's not defending sacrifice or war without qualification by any means. Thank you for listening.
So, thank you, Caecile, for what has been really extremely interesting and challenging presentation. I personally would have a lot of things to discuss with you. So I'm really sorry that you're not here. But let us. Are there any questions?
Love to come another time.
Questions? Okay, then I would start. So, as I said, there are many things that you said, and on many we could enter into discussion. I completely agree on the parallel between the dialectics of master and servant in the phenomenology of spirit, and the historical or importance of war in the relation between the states. However, my first question would be, what is the exact nature of this comparison? Because if we read the master-servant dialectics, it's not only about being prepared to die, but it's being prepared to live. Because there are many sequences, and in the first one, they both die, basically. In this way, they prove that they are free, but that leads to no stable result. And if we then go at the second, let's say, clash, we see that one has proven himself to be ready to die and becomes the master, and the other hasn't proven to be ready to die. He actually accepts the subordinated position. So it seems that the experience of the war, and it is the position of the servant that is of, let's say, developmental important. The phenomenology of spirits proceeds on the side of the servant. So precisely the one who made a step backward, the one who wasn't prepared to die. So what are the implications for the importance of war in, steering the water that could be otherwise ossified? Other thing would be that you mentioned that the present day wars are not as they used to be apart from Gaza and Ukraine. Because in the present day, we somehow learned to domesticate war. Because in United States, it used to be in the war for 20 years, 40 years, but the people got used to it. Why? Because it is not a conscript army that wages war, but a professional army that is a kind of sub-element of the society that in a way shields the nation and the civil society from the war. So do you think that from that point of view, the wars of professional armies cannot count as wars in Hegel's sense, or that in Hegel's view, professional army is a kind of conceptual monster? And third question, I like this idea very much about war as being part of the absolute spirit, because fourth type of absolute spirit besides religion and philosophy. So art, religion, philosophy, war. This is kind of odd community. But I think that it touches upon something in Hegel, and this is not only fourth type of community, but the question of the relation between objective spirit and absolute spirit, and more precisely the relation between universal spirit that is being realized in history and the forms of absolute spirit. And in this case, it's not, obviously, it's not only the war, but also the peace and patriotism that enter into the determination of universal spirit. So what is then the relation between universal spirit and forms of absolute spirit? Just to begin with.
Thank you. A second. Yes. Yes, I think that. Thank you very much for your very important question. So I don't know if I can give a full answer to the first question here. So how does the parallel? What are the implications of the parallel between the passages on the servant and war? And I think in part because I have a kind of technical, exegetical answer to that. I think there are different moments of the servant. And of course, it's true that in other sense, the servant is also for Hegel someone who has, also we follow Koshev's very famous reading, there is a sense in which the servant can, it's only the servant who can sublimate its fear or do something productive or do something to keep the experience of fear of death and keep the experience of freedom present to it in some non-liquid form, which can be a step to a further form of spirit. And the servant who cannot do that, I think, is actually would be comparable to the bourgeois liberal who does not want to sacrifice his life. And Hegel says something he defines the bourgeois in the philosophy of right as the one who does not want to sacrifice, and he says that is a form of slavery, and that's not Hegel who came up with this idea. It's a very it's an idea with a long history and a trajectory in the history of philosophy. So we find it in Plato already that choosing serfdom over risking one's life is what proves the slavishness of the slave. Hannah Arendt writes about Plato. So I think the parallel here, which is if it has to work, is only the fear of death, like the experience of the fear of death in that moment, and not so much here the servitude or the slave. Because then, of course, what the slave does next in order to we can say solidify the experience of fear is that it works, right? It starts working on the thing, and this is how it again experiences itself as free. And later in the phenomenology, I'm sorry for all of you who are not Hegelians, very technical, but later in the phenomenology, he also describes war as a kind of work when he describes the Greek polis. So here I think we have to focus on the fear of death as an experience of freedom. We have to just focus on that, and that's what holds the parallel to war, and also the parallel to Descartes' second meditation. The second question, I don't know what I quite think about it, and maybe because I'm not completely sure that Hegel knows what he thinks about, like whether a professional army would not, we can say a form of life or form of society that has a professional army would not be war of this kind. I would not be able to generate the kind of experience I have tried to describe, because he says sometimes, okay, societies that has a military class where only a specific class goes to war and sacrifice their life, that this has the effect that the rest of society does not experience, like the bourgeois who just sit at home and read about the war from the newspaper. They do not get to experience this transformative existential experience as the soldier. And other times it is, especially the early writings, I read it as if he says, okay, the entire people is fierce for its life, fierce for its entire form of existence, so they're all transformed. And I kind of see both. So I think the central point, and also what has been, that's what I'm trying to emphasize, what's been a bit overlooked in the literature, is this question of the fear of death. That's the thing about war that brings about the transformation. And the third question, maybe could I have you repeat that?
Basically,
or
yes.
You can ask if you want to move on. We can also do that.
Any other questions? Maybe we can return. Yes. Moment. No.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. On this topic of discussion that you were having between you two on the polemical existence of a professional army and the difficulties to determine if war in an Hegelian sense would exist within such conditions. I would like to ask if this is not already pretty much answered in the philosophy of right, especially taking into account the one point that you have made just now and very clearly, which is, I think, very important, that is the the centrality of the existential threat. And Hegel, precisely in the paragraph 326, says that it can be effectively a standing army or a professional class of defenders of the state, but the existence of an ethical nuance in war does not come from the existence or absence of this class, but from the fact that in a limit moment, the very independence and existence of the state in the Hegelian sense, in an ethical state that preserves the concrete freedom of the individual merged with universality, like this is at stake. He says that even though there is a professional class of soldiers, if the entire state has thus become an armed power, like he's even a conquering power with a professional army, and yes, but insofar as the state as such and its independence are at risk, duty requires all citizens to rally to its defense. So even though a professional army exists, like in the most extreme situation, this doesn't even imply anything, because the existential threat would be so large that everyone would will fit this threat of immediate destruction, this threat of existential threat that you, I think, very, very correctly pointed out. So the thing is, wouldn't you consider that more or less this situation would be responded in their own philosophy of right, according to this?
Yes, so I think, yeah, thank you very much for pointing out this passage. Yeah, so what I think it's of course right that he would call, so for me the question is not so much whether we would call it war or not, even if there is a military class. I was more into, because I've been very interested in the meaning of sacrifice, I have been interested in this quote that he says, the definition of the bourgeois is the one who does not want to sacrifice itself, or himself or herself. So that is part, I think, of his critique of liberalism. And so even if he says, yeah, the whole population experiences the fear and threat of death, and everyone is, of course, that's my whole point, everyone is kind of directed away from their individual small and petty pursuits. Yes, there's still something about the bourgeois class, or someone who per definition couldn't maybe not go to war, that he's criticizing. And it's actually also, a passage which Carl Schmitt quotes directly in, I think, The Concept of the Political, which he of course uses in a kind of different argument. So this was so I'm interested in it in order for understanding what effects, or its transformative effect, the sacrifice itself has. So there, of course, perhaps also, if we take it to also modern day context, there's a difference between living in a country that's attacked and fearing for your life, fearing for your future, in a kind of more abstract sense, and then being on the battlefield, risking your life, perhaps. And it's also interesting, I think, to think about whether also some of these more modern types of war has the same existential effects. I guess American wars, such as the Iraq War, for instance, was definitely an attempt by the politicians to, we can say, fabricate this kind of experience, or this kind of question about who are we, like it's supposed to reveal something about who we are, that of course, we go to war, or that 9/11 was an attack on like our highest values and who we are, even if it's not a territorial invasion by any means.
Any other questions? Huh? One shot. And then I will have one very, very short as well.
Hi, thank you very much for your talk. So I have a short question, namely on the relation between war and habit. Something you haven't mentioned, but the way you described it, so first we have isolated individual that is not only atomary and self-enclosed, living her own small private life, but the passages you quoted suggest that there's also kind of some dulling of life present in them, namely a kind of mechanism of self-feeling the one gets accustomed to, and Hegel describes this as habit. And then we have war that makes explicit individuals' co-determination on the social bond. This is one point you raised, and I'm interested, could we also say that, how habit functions here, and could we also say that war is also liberation of this dull mechanism of self-feeling, of the very idea that constitutes habit? Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is, yes, a very good question, and also something, I would like to think more about in the future. Yes, I thought when I read these passages on war, it's very interesting because there's so much research now on second nature in Hegel and habit in nature, and war is kind of a dehabitation, as I described it, or as a waking up from the dullness, as you called it, of habits. So also maybe, so kind of the definition of second nature is that it's invisible, or we don't see our habits in everyday lives. And in war, we can say we at least, I mean, there's one, the critique of bourgeois liberalism, we become aware of the relative value of what we in our everyday lives think are so important, like our getting more money or getting a better job, and all of that seems like not very important when our lives are threatened. And then there may be also that we become aware of these, that we are habitual creatures in the first place. But my argument is then that we don't need war to do this. We can just, we can also maybe do it through art and religion, and especially probably Hegel would say the best way would be philosophy, right? To reflect on our habits. Because of course the argument is a bit, I mean, not that we need to be advocates or defend Hegel, but the dangerous dark argument, if we follow it that way, would be to say that, we are only fully self-conscious, or we are only, like a kind of vitalistic argument that we are only fully alive, and we only fully break with this dullness of habit when we go to war or risk our lives. So this is, yes, in this paper, what I've tried to see, okay, there are other ways of reading Hegel which are more sympathetic than to go there.
Okay, thank you. I promised one more question, a very short one, because I cannot help to think about this parallel between the war and the master-servant dialectics. Because basically, Hegel, master is the one who is fearless, who is ready to die, to sacrifice his life. On the other hand, we have servant, whose basic intention is basically, I would say, how to survive, and who is even ready to accept the burden of subjectivation to the master, to the universal. And what is interesting is that usually we side with the master. We see in him, the one who courageously braves all the dangers, and even if it puts herself into dangers of that, sustained it. But no, Hegel sides with the servant. His sympathies are on the side of the servants. And I think that we should provide an interpretation of its importance of the war that would somehow respect that side of Hegel's comparison. And could that be then that if we read the war from the side of the servant, the one who wants to survive, even under, let's say, dire conditions, even under dire conditions for her personal freedom, could that be formulated in a way that the goal is the identification with the ethical community, meaning the state? So this is what is produced by going into the war.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to think a bit more about it, because I think with the servant, as I also said before, I mean, a better parallel would be the later passages on war in the Spirit chapter, right? Because there he lays it out kind of very transparently, the structure he's imagining. But with the servant, I mean, at different moments of the servant, of course, we must imagine that the master at first, or the self-consciousness who goes into the war of life and death, is someone who actually experiences himself as free, right? Exactly, experiences that freedom is a higher value than life. And then as I read the passages, which is of course very complex, the servant has different options. Like he can keep caring about his own life as a slave and not learn anything, or he can embrace this experience of fear of death and then sublimate it into work. And work is a different theory of freedom. I think the servant I'm just repeating myself. The servant who keeps being preoccupied with his own immediate natural needs, which is also the stop and serve. I think also Martin has written a paper about this. Maybe he has something to say. That is a servant which is not, who Hegel does not side with at all, and which is not going to go anywhere, and is comparable to the bourgeois class in the philosophy, right? And I think you would need a more complicated story about war as work to make, and work as a sublimation of the fear of death to make a full parallel with the servant and war. Does it make sense at all?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, we will going to thank you for your speech, and hope to see you next time here in Ljubljana.
Thank you very much for having me.
10 minutes, yes.
Okay, so welcome to the second part of the afternoon session. The next speaker is Martin Hergouth. He's an assistant researcher at the Department of Philosophy, Faculty of Arts, the University of Ljubljana. He finished a PhD dissertation titled Politics Between the Subject and the Ordinary, a Hegelian analysis of contemporary political thinking. In his research, he extends insights drawn from classical German philosophy to topics of political philosophy, philosophy of mind, and artificial intelligence. Martin, please.
Thank you, Attay. Now, first, some preliminary remarks. Well, the position of organizer and of presenter at the same time is not necessarily synergetic. On one hand, because of there's limited time and there's competition for both roles, between both roles, and the other is also, well, one feels more responsibility for the coherence of the conference, and I also, due to the circumstances, have prior access to the all talks, and so well, the way it worked out is that I also noticed that what I did have prepared was well, it would be an understatement to say that it was that there was just common ground in some other presentations. In fact, my best ideas were very similar to those that, on the one hand, we heard just now from Caecile, and also very similar to what Attay presented this morning. So it was, I would say, it was almost the same point. So I improvised and adjusted a little. So I opened up my presentation a bit to include some threads that of the debates that opened up in the last 2 days, and also, yeah, you will see some. I will indicate what are open points and unresolved or points open for discussion. But the central problem of my paper that I set out to solve is relatively straightforward. So it's relatively often noted that there are, in fact, two arguments that Hegel articulates against Kant's idea of perpetual peace in philosophy of right. One is, we could say, causal argument from Realpolitik, that the perpetual peace simply cannot be guaranteed in the way Kant envisaged it. That's most explicitly present, I think, in 333 paragraph. And the other is that the perpetual peace is not truly ethically desirable state of affairs. That is, we've been listening about this right now, that the peace includes here a dynamic of disintegration of the state and ossification of life, and the war, on the contrary, if it is successful, brings about political integration and rejuvenation. This is the subject of paragraph 324. The departure point from the problem of my talk is this, the initial problem. These two arguments, if taken by themselves as they stand, appear separated, appear distinct, and as such, it seems at first sight as the relation is one of contingency, of coincidence. And this would obviously imply something very bizarre. We would then have to conclude with Hegel that it is actually a happy coincidence, a fortunate happenstance of history, that peace cannot, in fact, be guaranteed. And this is weird. This sounds odd, so I start out actually from recognition that this cannot be an adequate rendering of Hegel's position. Not only is ethically odd position to take, but somehow it looks wrong at the conceptual level, because fortunate things shouldn't be left to coincidence if we are Hegelians. So it seems obvious enough to me that it should be possible to construct a logical connection between these two arguments, the ethical and the causal one. So one would expect that they are somehow derived from one another. But how exactly and in which direction, which argument here has priority, and in what sense, Hegel does not say so explicitly and clearly, and therefore it is something that we have to reconstruct. And I think this will offer, if nothing else, some insight, nice insight in the structure of Hegelian thought, and also some new perspective from which to judge or evaluate his criticism of Kant in general. To start with ethical argument, well, I have all the relevant paragraphs here. Well, let's stop here. This is the clearest expression of what I call ethical argument. Is the paragraph that that was the focus of Cecile's lecture. I will not read again. So the ethical health of people is preserved in their indifference. The stagnation of the blowing of the wind preserves the sea from the stagnation. So the war prevents the stagnation of the peoples. The part that is in italics. One thing to note here, the first comment I would have that Hegel here cites himself, and this is quite unusual, I think, because well, he rarely does it, and on the other hand, he quite often repeats himself without citation, also repeats his own positions without citation. So I don't know how I interpret it. I mean, maybe it implies that he's really fond of that formulation, he really likes it, or that he implies some distancing. But in a way, it could be both, because I think it's quite symptomatic of philosophy of right that it has some weird, ambiguous relation to the early Jena period from which this paragraph is from natural law essay, in the sense that there's obviously a development of overcoming of Hegel's position from that period, but also some kind of nostalgic return. I'm referring here. I mean, this is evidenced in the role of Sittlichkeit, the role of Sittlichkeit has in philosophy of right. Sittlichkeit was, of course, the defining feature of Hegel's thought, the defining notion of Hegel's thought in early Jena years, particularly in the natural law essay. So Sittlichkeit is there, the thesis of original sociality or original insufficiency of individual, which Hegel adopted as basically as his better standard against more individualistic philosophies of Kant and Fichte. But then following this, a significant revision of Hegel's political philosophy took place during late Jena period, just before phenomenology, when Hegel came to realize or accept that this Greek-based ideal of Sittlichkeit, this notion of ideal ethical community, that this is not a sustainable model for conceptualizing modern society. So he acknowledged that the dissolution of beautiful life of antiquity is irreversible and necessary. The defining feature of modernity, according to Hegel, is precisely the inclusion of principle of individuality, which exists with some degree of independence from, or at least distance from, universality. And there's a precise moment when Hegel admits that it's a last Jena system, 1805-6, just before phenomenology. And this was also the moment where Geist supplanted the notion of Sittlichkeit as this chief notion of his political thought. So in philosophy of right, I would say that this becomes sort of a central tension. The concept of Sittlichkeit returns, but in a new form. It's now it's loosened up, and supposedly it includes the space for the individual. But I think there's strong emphasis towards, I mean, there's really strong presence of early Jena points. There's strong presence of early Jena emphasis in the structure of philosophy of right, as if, I mean, Caecile was also talking about this duality, this ambiguity. My position is that it's just, I mean, it's not necessarily satisfactorily resolved, in my view. So that both thoughts are present. Hegel says that it's synthesized, but in fact, the immediate conception of Sittlichkeit, well, it appears strong in philosophy of right. And the treatment of war is a good example of that, I think, because precisely the war is the appearance, is the moment where modern individualistic dissolution of ethical life into particularities is reversed. So, and the universality becomes immediate again. And the one point where we see how this is, why I would say that this is not resolved in philosophy of right is the next paragraph, paragraph 325, which I find really unsatisfactory. He recognizes that the war is universal duty, and then without argument he passes to recognition of necessity of professional armies, which means that there is a particular class that this universal duty is taken up by some particularly body of society. Okay, so much for the ambiguities of ethical argument. Now, what I want to focus on is the actual focus of my talk is the connection of two arguments, and the closest expression of where Hegel the most articulate expression of the connection between the ethical argument and what I call causal argument is here. In the sentence that's immediately the next sentence. So the ethical justification of war, or the ethical benefit of war, is said to be only a philosophical idea, or, to use another common expression, a justification of providence, and it is maintained that actual wars require some other justification. The way I understand it, some other justification is causal argument for war. This is the one that's most present in this, in 333. So this is an idea not why the perpetual peace is bad, but why it doesn't work, because there is no universal authority over and above, no praetor, no judge, and the wills of the individual state remain particular, must remain particular, and therefore there is always a danger of them finding themselves in an irresolvable conflict. So this, here I think Hegel does this, articulates a certain connection between the ethical argument for war and causal argument for war. And now I admit this is something that I just didn't solve because I stumbled upon this thread too late, but I find the expression justification of providence he uses here, well, there's a lot to unpack, to put it mildly, because this is obviously a reference to Kant, again, to perpetual peace, but I didn't make a good story. I mean, obviously, it is obvious why Hegel would admit that someone could describe his argument as justification of providence. So it is a fortunate providence in the sense that it is fortunate that wars have to happen because they serve ethical purpose, providence in that sense. But Kantian providence is something way weirder, the idea that we have to imagine nature leading to a perpetual peace. So there is some irony in there, but I'm not even sure whether Hegel is the one who wins this battle. So to sum up, I would say that if we consider let's say the order of two arguments in development of Hegel's thought, or what is his main concern, I would say yes, the ethical argument is more important for him. And so the ethical benefit of war is sort of prior to the causal necessity of war. Let's say I would put it more basic, on a more basic level of Hegelian thought. But let's say that we would want some more materialistic Hegel that would recognize the causal argument for war is kind of prior to the ethical benefit of war. So let's see if and how we can reconcile this. So causal argument again this is the argument that the peace, the perpetual peace, cannot be guaranteed, simply because if we try to solve it in Kantian matter as a federation of states, the federation implies the individual, the sovereign wills remain particular, and therefore, if they remain distinct and particular, there is no guarantee of their coinciding at any given point in time. They might find themselves in a conflict, and therefore war might ensue. I think that in essence, Hegel, this is in essence just the observation. I think it's nothing else than the Hobbesian observation that there is a state of nature at level of international politics, international relations. There exists a state of nature between the states, and as long as you do not have any sovereign, then you cannot ensure that there will be peace. So the causal argument for the war bases on the observation, basically, that violence unfortunately is a solution. And maybe it's not a good solution, but it is a political option that is always available to the state, and there is nothing that no force that can prevent it. And that no matter what we do, we cannot prevent the situation degenerating to the point that we end up in a war. So, in that sense, the causal argument for war is Hegel's causal argument for war is well, very. It's built on entire logical premises, let's say, or it's purely a development of logical notion of independence and particularity. And from that, we can derive that actual formula of Hegelian affirmation of war. At some point, the descriptions of Hegelian affirmation of war slide towards the claim that Hegel claims that war is necessary, but this is a bit misleading, a bit imprecise. Should we say that war is necessary? And I wouldn't even say inevitable. I think the best way to characterize it, Hegel's modality of war is that the modality of Hegelian war is that it is impossible to be made impossible. Impossibility of impossibility, or what is the same thing, the necessity of contingency. War is the name of necessity of contingency. If you remember Quentin Mayasou's book from early 2000s with the same title, there was an argument there that was supposedly very much directed against Hegel about the necessity of contingency, but I think it's really strictly the same. It has really strictly the same structure as Hegelian argument for the war. So there is always a basic level of necessity that logically cannot be done away with. Contingent things necessarily happen and unhappen, and war is the name of this logical of this modality. What is by nature contingent is subject to contingencies, and this fate is therefore itself a necessity. This is Hegel, not Mayasou. What I get? Why is this important? Well, the crucial thing I attempted to solve in this paper is to build a connection and I mean, perhaps this is quite obvious, but it's precisely this modality that constitutes the actual bridge between two arguments, is the connecting link that connects the causal to the ethical side of Hegel's criticism of Kant's notion of perpetual peace. As we see, this quote is actually from 324 paragraph, so it leads to ethical argument. It's not about this, it's already, so we can see how it constitutes a bridge. There is an ontological infrastructure behind Hegel's argument about the invigorating ethical aspects of war. Hegel's ethical argument can be translated into an argument of, let's say, ontological disclosure. So there is certain ontological truth of things that appears in times of war. The ontological fakeness, the inauthenticity of peace for Hegel is that the hierarchical causal structure of the system gets occluded in peacetime. In peacetime, it appears as if our life worlds consist of things that exist by themselves, by their own inertia. It is only in war that the immediate existence, when their immediate existence is threatened by the sabers or cries of the hussars, as Hegel adds somewhere, only then the true, let's say, the true structure of things appears. The finite things persist only as subordinated by the grace of infinite, of subjectivity embodied in the state. So I guess I'm starting to conclude, and I have an alternative formulation of status of war in Hegel as the one Caecile just presented. I wouldn't say absolute spirit, but I would compare it to the idea. Again, let's return to this unassuming sentence that I took as a focus of my presentation. So the one that the underlined one. This, however, is said to be only a philosophical idea. Again, there are some layers of irony and in Hegel's expression here, but I would say that this is not coincidence. I think the war actually has some deep connection to the idea, because idea with Hegel is the unity of concept of an objectivity, or subjectivity and objectivity. And while war is therefore not quite it's not immediately an idea, but I would say that the war, especially the destructive war, kind of displays the movement of idea in reverse. That is objectivity whose negative relation to subjectivity appears out in the open. Okay, I think it's cleaner to conclude here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we can open up the floor for questions. Anyone? No. Okay, so I'll start with a question. There were very many interesting things, but I'd like to focus on what was already in the title, about the modality of war. Mm-hmm. You relate the idea of an impossibility of impossibility mm-hmm. to necessary contingents, and also to the manifestation of the idea. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering if you take this all the way through, do all manifestations of ideas possess this unique modality, or is this somehow particular to war, or is fleshed out in an irony with Kant?
Yeah, good question. I don't know yet. Yeah, I would say, yeah, probably yes, but or maybe I would say that whenever this appears, there could be some warlike structure recognized. I don't know. I haven't thought about others. So manifestations, yeah. I mean, the problem is that manifestation of idea can mean many things, and in a sense, just the movement of idea is manifestation itself, or could be termed as such. Maybe that's not a usual Hegelian way to put it, but the idea, of course, the negativity that idea includes. So I would actually I would say that just that war, let's say destructive war. My format would I would remain with this format. Destructive war structurally describes idea in reverse. That's the and if they I would have to think about the good answer to the question.
So because in the abstract you introduced this with the idea of actuality. So you could think of the manifestation of an idea as something of its actualization or its institutionalization. And so do you think of actualization, this would be somewhat metaphorical, but as being warlike in this sense? This is, I guess, maybe a different way of posing the same question.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, it's maybe it's more like again, no, it's in reverse. But no, okay, actually,
expect that Kant could well universal monarchy, but intuitively one would say that that would be against Hegel's, let's say, deep convictions. But why? What are the logical arguments for that?
I'm not sure I have it ready, but I wondered myself. I mean, I thought I did notice that I cannot really reconstruct what would Hegel's argument be for, and that this link is missing. So I wondered, and I think he doesn't really have it. I mean, I would think that it's something like maybe it would be something like a repetition of, in the same sense that self-consciousness are necessarily plural. Probably you could repeat this same argument for the states. I think that would go, but yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it's perhaps it's. I mean, I do not. I do not think that Hegel proves it, or that we can prove it. That I can prove the logical necessity of plurality of the states. At least not. So yeah, I would say that. Yeah, I do not have that argument. I agree. But I would say that well, yeah, some. Well, I'm not. I do not have. I know how it would go. It's something like that. Well, that any individuality needs to constitute itself with that externality, so in opposition to some other individuality, and it will just make no sense to to have a single world government. The closest that Hegel comes here is when he says that there is no, whenever there is a coalition of states, it's a coalition against another coalition, so there cannot be a total unity of sovereign wills, something like that. This is.
Universality. So, in Hegelian terms, it's the right of states express concrete universality, and that's why logically, but perhaps it's just too simple answer. I don't know.
Yeah, it probably is an answer. I do not understand it completely, but that's the Hegelese that I'm non-comfortable of expressing. But,
okay, any other questions? No? Okay, so maybe I'll add another one to finish off. I want to go back to the providence. I was hoping to push you to maybe at least improvise an interpretation of where this puts Hegel and Kant together, because he seems to be definitely ironizing the use of the phrase, but essentially using it for the opposite purpose. Right? So instead of providence clearing out war, it's securing its presence in the world, which seems to be really an unhappy thing. So why would you think of it as providence?
Yes. Yeah, a lot of. I mean, what bothers me most here is that Kant's use of providence is obviously much more. Well, it's just more. It seems to be more intricate, more complex, more subtle intellectual strategies. Like a very interesting topic too, because it is similar to some other Kantian moments a bit, but I think it's weirder because, at least for me, okay, I'm not an expert in Kant, but that argument connects providence, which is some sort of postulate, I guess, but with the nature in a really unexpected way. So I really don't know. I would really have to think about what is there. And yes, maybe Hegel does not take this into account, and it's actually a very stupid this. So that he just inverts it. It's possible to. That he's just saying that this might seem as an warmongerish, warlike providence, but some might call it that. It has that structure, but I'm not actually doing this.
But it does seem to be providence in the same sense that, as you pointed out, it's connecting a causal necessity with an ethical kind of necessity.
Yes. But the difference is that, this is the part that I left out, because that for Hegel, this is then just the structure, again, the structure of the idea. So how how with Hegel generally the telos and the mechanical cause and the relation gets inverted, let's say, in Hegel, or it's at least symmetrical. So the general Hegelian point would be that providence, so teleology, is really nothing. It's mystical only. The unfolding of the history is itself teleological. And as we adopt that point, there is providence in history, and you don't need, I mean, you need God, but God in an immanent sense for that, and not, the providence is not to be taught in the sense that there is some plan that God is checking that things go in the right direction. It's just in the totality, in the grand scheme of things, the mechanism that leads to the goal and the goal are always in that, like, this mutually constituting connection. So this would be Hegelian. This would be how Hegel would adopt the notion of providence, and in that sense, this is what I try to explain, and I think the modality of necessity of contingency is the crucial part, because we have there let's say the immediate, the ethical and the causal argument are immediately the same in the modality of necessity of contingency. So
I think if there are no more questions, we can finish off. Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you. This is super interesting. So I'm wondering about the metaphor, so with the stagnation, because then, as I take it, in Kant, perpetual peace is peace through law. Peace through law. Mm-hmm. So, like, leaving the state of nature leads to a different conflict solution, because then you have a legal structure in place. Mm-hmm. And that's the same as I read it in perpetual peace. Mm-hmm. So that you have a legal structure in place that leads to a different conflict solution. So it's not that there would be no conflict anymore, but that the solution would not take place via war. So, and insofar, it would be unfair to use this metaphor and talk about stagnation, but still, in a way, I can understand why this metaphor is used, because then, so in the best sense, once the legal structure is in place, then it's not going to be changed. Yeah.
Yes. I think Hegel's point is that things appear differently for individuals, and so the benefit of war is really that the individuals get the acute awareness of the conflict. So that's why even if the conflict is resolved in with international law, I mean, you can live your own private life on. You don't know what the drama has been going on in the courts, and this will not happen. So the stagnation will, the solution of the state in the particular wills will continue. So that's why there will not be this ethical invigoration in that case. That I think is true, but it's not obvious that this is the only way to reach it, and if it's truly necessary even.
So can I just add, so it was already, it has been remembered yesterday, but also Kant in the third critic, we read that the manner of thinking about people conducting war is sublime. The more dangerous it was exposed to and was able to stand up to it with courage. By contrast, a long peace tends to make the mass spirit of trade dominant, and with it, self-interest, cowardice, and weakness. So it was also, this metaphor was a very commonplace in the culture of this. So it's,
I agree. Yeah, yes. I know. In the end, I wouldn't even make a conclusion that actually, yes. If I would go on to evaluate Hegel's relation to Kant, the research I did is actually, well, it does not. I mean, I found some things to be said in favor of Kant, mostly that the essay of perpetual peace, specifically in the sense that paradoxically, I mean, Hegel's position might have more ontological, historical truth to it, but let's say that it's actually Kantian essay, Kant's essay that is more politically engaged, and so it actually, in real political manner, just clever. So yes, I'm not really very decided Hegelian here.
Okay, you had a question? No? Okay. Any other questions? Okay. So thank you, Martin, very much. I also thank him. And,
we meet at 7.
Oh,
oh.
Yes, at 7:30 maybe.
Oh yes, yeah.
6.
7. No, it's 7:30. It's half.